The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.
Good morning, commissioners and members of the public. I'm going to go ahead and start the meeting and turn it over to Vice Chair Stefano.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education. I'm Troy Stefano, Vice Chair. Today is May 28th, 2026. Ms. Hood, could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Stefano,
Present.
Commissioner Caballero,
Present.
Commissioner Litvak,
Present.
Commissioner Lynn,
Present.
Commissioner Giuliano.
Present.
All right, now it's time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Join us. Pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for joining us this morning. This meeting has 2 viewing options, as we just heard in the recording, and you can find out more information on the CIE website. You can navigate to the Commission's Agenda Information webpage and click on the webcast link available for either today or tomorrow. And if you need to communicate with the Commission during today's meeting, please use option 2, including institutions on the agenda. We'll proceed to the approval of minutes. We'll consider the minutes from the meetings held March 26th and 27th, 2026. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes as drafted. Are there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion approved. March minutes is adopted. Moving on to section 4, reports. Ms. Hurst, will you please provide the Executive Director's report?
Good morning, yes. So for citations, the Commission issued 2 citations for return checks, And the Student Protection Fund balance is currently $4,907,084.38. We are also voting on the remaining, or the 2027 and January of 2028 proposed commission meeting dates at this meeting. I'm going to go ahead and read them out loud for the records, but they are January 28th through 29th, 2027, April 1st and 2nd, 2027, May 27th, 28th, 2027, July 29th, 30th, 2027, September 23rd and 24th of 2027, November 28th and 29th of 2027, and January 27th and 28th of 2028. So I will turn it over to you for a vote.
Is there a motion to approve the proposed dates?
So moved.
Second? Yep, all right. We have a motion and a second to approve the proposed dates. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing no discussion, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion to approve the future commission meeting dates is adopted. Mr. Junta, will you please provide our legal counsel report?
Yes, Vice Chair. I would like to report to the Commission regarding the meeting of this board's probable cause panel that was held on April 29th of this year via Microsoft Teams. At that meeting, the panel unanimously voted to issue 15 administrative complaints against 15 institutions. The institutions against which administrative complaints were issued and a brief summary of the charges are as follows, and I will keep this as brief as I can. Each of you commissioners has been provided a copy just for your information of each 15 of these complaints, and at some point this commission will vote on final orders for each of them. So first, Justee College. The administrative complaint alleges that the owner of Justee College, Mr. Evan St-Just, was the subject of disciplinary action by the Pennsylvania Board of Private Licensed Schools for unlawfully operating an unlicensed practical nursing school. It further alleges that this conduct constitutes operation of an independent post-secondary educational institution in a manner contrary to the health, education, and welfare of the public. Second, Veni Creator Christian University, so-called. The administrative complaint alleges fraudulent misrepresentation and violation of a commission cease and desist order related to the institution's operation as a non-public religious post-secondary educational institution. Third, FUST or F-U-S-T American Christian School, so-called. The administrative complaint alleges fraudulent misrepresentation regarding the institution's status and operations as a purported non-public religious post-secondary educational institution. Fourth, FUST or FUST, Florida University of Science and Technology. The administrative complaint alleges multiple counts of fraudulent misrepresentation and violation of a commission cease and desist order regarding the institution's licensure and operational requirements. Fifth, Dive Professionals Instructor Institute. The administrative complaint alleges 13 identical counts of failure to submit applications for annual licensure renewal. Sixth, Live IT Academy. The administrative complaint alleges, again, 13 identical counts of failure to submit applications for annual licensure renewal. Seventh, Southeastern Welding School. The administrative complaint alleges 3 counts of violations related to the institution's licensure and operational requirements. Eighth, Laser and Aesthetics Institute of the Palm Beaches. The complaint alleges 11 identical counts of failure to submit applications for annual licensure renewal. Ninth, Grace Community Technical Institute. The complaint alleges 10 identical counts of failure to submit applications for annual licensure renewal. 10th, Perfect 10 Nail and Technology School. The complaint alleges multiple counts of violations related to the institution's licensure and operational requirements, mostly failure to submit applications for licensure renewal. 11th, the Institute of Films. The complaint alleges 2 counts of failure to submit applications for annual licensure renewal. 12th, Hoberton School, Florida. The complaint alleges 3 counts of violations to renew, to submit applications for annual licensure renewal. 13th, Royal Beauty School. The complaint alleges 3 counts of failure to submit applications for licensure renewal. 14th, CDL School, Tara. The complaint alleges 3 counts of failure to submit applications for licensure renewal. And 15th, and finally, a complaint was issued against Noble Art Academy in Miami. The complaint alleges violations related to unlicensed operation of a post-secondary educational, non-public post-secondary educational institution, and in addition, a cease and desist order was issued to the institution. And so that concludes my, my summary of the probable cause panel, and our gratitude to Commissioner Lidbach, who chaired that panel. The final item I have, Mr. Vice Chair, is I wish to recommend that the commission take up a motion at this time to delegate to the commission chair the authority to enter a default final order against any institution which heretofore has not timely filed a petition for administrative review of any outstanding notice of intent. It will be noted that beginning with this meeting, as a matter of routine, any recommendation for adverse action is going to include a recommendation of a delegation to the chair to enter those orders so that we don't have to redundantly bring them to a meeting.
That sounds great. Hopefully we'll streamline this and reduce redundancies. And thank you, Commissioner Lidbach, again for providing such an excellent service to students and this commission. I'd like to put forward a motion to consider the recommendation as just read.
Motion.
Second. Okay. Is there any discussion? No? Is there any public comment on this matter?
No.
Okay. All right. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion is adopted. Thank you. Okay. So move on to section 5 of the agenda, informal hearing. There's none. Section 6, improper school closure. There's none. Section 7, final orders. We have 1. American Meridian University. Let's see here. Do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right, any discussion? No. Any public comments?
None.
Okay, hearing none. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right. Next, we get to degree institutional licensure issues, section 8 on the agenda. Section A, institutions ordered to submit reports to the commission, consent section, plus we have 1 write-in. Do I have a motion to consider this section by consent?
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? None? All right. Now we'll consider if there are any that we'd like to pull. Director Hurst, are there any that you would like to pull?
None to pull, but for the record, the write-in is number 16, Horizon Healthcare Institute, number 4378.
Great. Commissioner Litvak?
Just number 3, please.
Vice Chair,
Yes.
I apologize. I jumped to the wrong section. I do have a couple to pull in this section. It is number 3, number 15, and number 16. My apologies.
Yeah. Commissioner Giuliano?
None.
Okay. Commissioner Caballero?
None additional?
Okay. Commissioner Lin?
None additional.
Okay. I don't have any additional either. So can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for institutions 1, 2, 4 through 14?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. So we'll turn to institution number 3, Bright Med Health Institute, number 5509. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else that is on the call.
There is someone on the line. We're just waiting for them to speak up.
Sure.
Mr. Murray, I believe that you're on the line, but you're muted.
I think I've unmuted myself. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I shouldn't be the only one on the call, though. I'm expected to be joined by Eli and Christopher DeSalvo.
The others appear that they are online as well, but we can't hear them.
Okay.
Hello. Hello. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, okay. Good morning. My name is Eli. I'm the president at Bright Med Health Institute.
And my name is Christopher DeSalvo with Aquinas Network Consulting.
All right, thank you for being here. Dr. Hurst, since you pulled this one, would you like to lead the discussion?
Yes. So Bright Med Health Institute appeared at the March 26, 2025 commission meeting to apply for their annual license. The commission ordered the institution to appear back at this May meeting with a proposal to temporarily limit enrollments in their nursing BSN program. The institution's proposal to temporarily limit the enrollments is in front of you. Staff recommendation is to accept the progress report, and what you will see in front of you is to order the institution to limit enrollment in the nursing BSN program to no more than 30 students per cohort with a maximum of 3 cohorts per year pursuant to Section 1005.312B Florida statutes. No earlier than 1 year from the date of this order, the institution may apply to the commission for reconsideration of these limits. So this discussion is surrounding the number of enrollments for the BSN program.
Commissioners, any discussion?
So I want to thank the school for submitting a very detailed response and thinking about this issue. I definitely see that you are making improvements and you're putting things in place to try to put more rigor into the program and ensure your outcomes. My question was where the number of kind of 36 came from. 30 came from for 3 times a year, because the reason why we were here, because we had looked at your ASN results, and they did not meet it. And again, registered nursing is registered nursing, whether you do the BSN or the ASN, it's the same licensure and the same licensure exam. So in your ASN program for the past 6 years, you had graduates of 66, 21, 26, 35, 19, and 40. So you're seeking to limit it to 30 students 3 times a year, which is 90 students. But when I look at your past results, you've never even hit those numbers and you were struggling trying to get the level that we were looking for the NCLEX and outcomes, generally speaking. So I thought 30 was a very, very high number. I know that we're looking at other schools and we're looking more at 24 3 times a year, which to me would be a more reasonable number that would still allow the school to progress, but maybe a little bit slower, and it could be considered as we look forward. And the other question I had for the school was also, can you guys give us an update with respect to your seeking ASIN accreditation? Because when I went to the ASIN website, I don't see the documentation that we received show that you had submitted and you were probably approved already at this time as a candidate, but I don't see that on their website. So if you can answer those two questions.
So for the ASIN accreditation, the school is actually scheduled to submit its candidacy report by June, which that is currently in process.
Okay.
And we're on track to have the ASIN accreditation by April of 2028.
And when did you start your first class again for BSN?
We started we started the first class in May 1st, 2023. For the BSN, I'm sorry, did you ask for the BSN?
The BSN, correct? Yes.
Yes, BSN, May 1st, 2023.
Okay. And you believe you're on the schedule for June 2028 is your goal for ASIN, you said?
April 2020.
April? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Now, with respect to the limit of 30, how did you guys come up with that? Especially, as I said, when I looked at the numbers, you were never even close to that with your ASN program, which was, put on probation and then eventually closed down. So why would we, and why do you think that's reasonable to go with that number?
So the projections are currently made for the institution to focus more heavily on that BSN program. There has been year-over-year growth in the program, but they expect that trend to increase over the next year.
Which I understand, but the whole reason why we asked you to limit was the results that you had previously that we were looking at, where you weren't able to meet the outcomes necessary, by Board of Nursing regulations, which resulted in your ASN program being shut down. So why would you basically get tripling the number of graduates potentially that you did in your ASN program?
Okay. Okay, I can answer that question. The question is, we have placed a system. We have a system in place that's currently working, and then so far we have tested that system with our PN program, which seems to be working very well. At this moment, for the PN, our first 2 students that went to take the board, they all passed. So what now we are 100% passing rate for the PM. So what we have put in place, we have consistently working with the students. So one of the good things that we did, and then we will continue doing it to make sure we have a good success passing rate, is to engage with the students more, focus more with the students, ensure that once the student graduates and then they do not left alone like in the past. They were like, after they finish, they schedule the test whenever. Right now what we did, so after they finish, we are the one registering them, making sure they take the test on time, because a lot of the students who fail the test that we have, that students who finish and then they abandon, even though we try to reach them, they were not answering their phone. So therefore, in order to pass your board, in order to pass NCLEX successfully, you take your test, you are ready, we prepare them right after, engaging pretty much almost one-to-one engagements, and then focus on them, making sure they take the test within the max, which within like 3 months of engaging them, and then not letting them abandon like they used to. Because a lot of the bad result is students that finish. Let's say, for instance, I have students now, even though when we call them, that finished in 2022, that still never took the test. So those are that used to be one of the impact right now, which we are trying to. Every student that's finished, you pass your exits successfully. So which we have like to exit, we are focusing on now, engaging them, making sure we go from fundamental of nursing with them all the way to the leadership class, making sure they have good results on those on this on each system before they can even take the next test. And then, like I said, this is what we have applied for the PN, and then it's working. And I truly believe by maintaining consistency with that, that we will have the outcome that we are looking for, especially for this year. I'm projecting to be at least a 90% with those students that we are currently prepping to be graduate, and then making sure they registered, and then within like 1 or 2 months we should have some positive outcome.
Which I appreciate all of that, but again, as I said, like if I look historically at your graduates in the ASN program, the highest you ever had was 40, and you're seeking to potentially have 120, or even if you lose, let's say 25% of that class, it would still be a substantially increased number. And I think that's why, you know, my recommendation would be to go with 20, I think we said 24 students is right. Is that right, Commissioner? Or I'm sorry, the executive director?
Yes, 24 is what you mentioned.
24, yeah. So
I'm gonna
because
chime in
at
real
least-
quick. This is Mark Murray. Eli, I don't think that 24 is an unreasonable number. Would the commissioners consider, if the school were to agree to the enrollment limitation of 24, to make that a cap that lasts for 1 year?
Okay.
And then is reconsidered in a year, as opposed to an ongoing cap where the school has to every year try to come in and I mean, you see what I'm doing? I'm trying to keep it so that it's got a term.
And I think that would
Okay.
be fine for 1 year, because we can look at it again and see how they're doing, which would be great.
So I just have
So,
a quick
That's up to,
question.
just so we're clear about what's being proposed, I just want to make sure that it's clear. So the staff recommendation is that the burden is on the institution no earlier than 1 year from the date of the clerked order, that the institution may apply to the commission for reconsideration of a limitation. It sounds like what's being counter-proposed is a limitation that automatically expires after a year regardless of programmatic outcomes.
that is what I'm proposing. And we can tie that into, appearing at the meeting or whatever. So it's not like it expires and the school is getting extensions and never really getting to the commissioners to have a consideration of the matter. But just to have it so that's a set period of time, so that we're here reconsidering it, where the school's not having to try to set it aside, but rather we're having, sort of the same discussion, but with new facts that exist at that time.
What's the functional distinction between the two? If either way the commission is going to review it in a year, I guess what...
I think if it's an ongoing cap, then I think the burden is much more on, I think the burden is to set aside the cap is on the institution, rather than on the commission to set an enrollment cap.
Shouldn't the burden be on the institution?
Well, the burden would be on the institution to demonstrate entitlement to licensure, but it wouldn't be on the institution to say, but our licensure should automatically be capped. Capped on enrollment.
I think the concern is, and heaven forfend that this happened, but let's just say that the programmatic outcomes are not what they should be in a year, that the institution, floods the program with new enrollments while its application for licensure renewal is pending. I think that's what the concern would be.
Yeah, the cap
Sure,
is
that's,
being requested based
yeah.
upon historical trends of student outcomes missing, right? So I think, any reconsideration would be after actual results show positive or favorable outcomes for these students that graduate. I do have a quick question, if you don't mind. The two students you said had a positive, I guess, 100% pass rate for the NCLEX. That was out of how many graduates in that class? Because you said that they were impacted by the changes that you made. How many students graduated with those two?
7 students.
And then the other five, are they slotted to test? Because a lot of times, we want our best students to test first. But my question is, what about the other five and that gap of time between graduation and testing? When are they slotted to test? Just so we have a better understanding of the whole graduating class.
I'm projecting with them, currently working with those students. Within like 2 to 3 months, they should be tested.
As you know, the longer the gap between graduation and first attempt, it's always a pretty big
No,
hit.
I know we understand the impact because, as I mentioned in the previous meeting, those are students who were are facing problem with immigration status. So now there seems to be some, all those students they have released, they have actual some legal status right now. That's why they were late, but right now, and instead of letting them instead of leaving them alone, so we engaging them. So basically we engage in like a systematic remediation with them and the institution, so until they're ready to be tested.
I appreciate it. I think I also share the same opinion as Commissioner Litvak, is that when I saw the cap of 30 per 3 cohorts per year, that's well over any historical trends of starts you've had in any given year before. And even 72 at a cap of 24 is still well over anything you've done in the past, which means we're really putting, historically speaking, future students at risk for having continued failed NCLEX pass rates, right? So I even think 24 is high, but I guess the contingency you're asking is to reconsider in a year. I think the reconsideration should be based upon showing a proven outcome that's successful for those NCLEX pass rates before consideration can be made. But that's my thought.
If I may, just to see if maybe I can arbitrate some of these points here. It seems to me that a reconsideration does not precipitate the outcome of that reconsideration. And maybe one way to frame this is that it's not as if this cap would automatically expire at the end of a set term prior to that reconsideration, in which case that would address Mr. Junta's concern about a flooding of potential enrollment in that lapse period, right? Perhaps a way that we could navigate this is to say that there would be a reconsideration at the commission meeting following a year, whichever commission meeting is next, where we will reassess based upon the school's performance and other indicators regarding future enrollments and make an evaluation at that point that takes into account the school's performance in the intervening period. Does that seem acceptable to?
Yeah. But quick question. So how many bachelor's students are you expecting to graduate this year and test?
The number we're expecting we're expecting about 20 to 25 students with the
This year.
this year. Yes.
So then a year from now, we would have actual data for the 2026 testing year. We would actually have data to go off of, so that would be fine. Yeah.
Yes.
And to be clear, you'll have data both for the BSN, well, possibly for the BSN program if they have their first graduates, and for the PN program as well.
Yes.
Mr. Murray, does my attempt at mediating this seem acceptable to you?
It does. Yeah, I think that's a great resolution.
Okay. Mr. Junta, could you help formalize this in appropriate language?
If you'll forgive me, Vice Chair, I don't know how what you said is can be distinguished from the staff recommendation. Oh, I'm sorry, except that the limit, okay, so it's going to be the same, if I understood you correctly, Vice Chair, as a staff recommendation. Instead of instead of no more than 30 students, it's no more than 24 students per cohort, with a maximum of 3 cohorts per year. Was my mic just on? I'm sorry.
Yes.
It was.
So, Mr. Junta, what I was understanding from Chair Stefano is that it'll be it will be an enrollment limitation, and that enrollment limitation will last until the meeting at which the next annual renewal is being considered, at which time there will be an automatic reconsideration at that time of the enrollment cap. And until that time, the enrollment cap will stay in place, but at that meeting, there will be a reconsideration of the matter.
I got it. So, okay, so the reconsideration will be automatic. The institution does not have to separately apply for a reconsideration of the enrollment limit. Okay, so the order is going to be, as I stated earlier, and the order, it will additionally be ordered that the matter shall be reconsidered at the March 2027 meeting. May 2027 meeting, excuse me.
Yeah.
Does that seem acceptable to all parties?
It does on our side. Eli, are you good with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, good. All right. So do I have a motion to adopt the revised recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. The motion carries. Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate everyone.
Thank you.
Next, we have institution number 15. Pages stick together here. Riggs College, Longwood, number 7648. If there's anyone present from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone on the call.
It does appear that the institution is on the line.
Hello.
There they
Hi.
are.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yes. My name is Dr. Yemi Oladimeji, President of Riggs College. My name is Osen Volwan, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer.
My name is Christine Scardina, and I'm the clinical coordinator.
My name is Dr. Candace Rollins, and I am the dean.
Is that everyone that's on the call?
Yes, it does appear to be.
All right. Thank you for being here. Dr. Hurst, would you like to lead the discussion on this since you asked for this item to be pulled?
Yes, so this institution appeared at the March 26, 2026 meeting for their annual license. At that meeting, the commission found that a substantive change had occurred and issued a provisional license. As part of the conditional approval granted below, the commissioners expressed concern about the operational condition of the institution, and the reasons for that are notated in the clerked order. And the commission ordered the institution to appear before the commission at its May 28, 2026 virtual meeting to provide an explanation of the missing items and the operational concerns that the commission had. So this is a report back. And of note, at this time, the institution has responded to those concerns. They've submitted them to the commission for consideration, or commission staff for consideration. We do have a couple of items that still need to be clarified by the institution, but they have responded.
Commissioners, any discussion?
I think we should, my question would be why are we here and what has changed? How did we get into this situation? I'd just like to hear from the institution at what happened to get us to this situation and what's going to improve in the future.
Thank you very much for what you do to the community. We appreciate you. We applaud what you do. Reese College, we got into this situation was not intentionally. When the commission requests for documents, we submit documents. And it takes time by the commission to even respond to our submission. For example, in 2024, we submitted a document for minor modification. We did not hear back from commission until 2025. When we heard back, our representative asked Reese College if we still want to proceed with that minor modification. We responded, and we never heard back until today. Most of the time, the document submitted is not quickly reviewed to see the response of the school. And if there is anything else that we need to do to get it done. Reese College is facing multiple fire from everywhere, from the students that they don't want to follow the standard status. They will report the school because we are very rigid that they follow the rule. Because of the kind of the students we have in the school is not an accredited school. We've been working for the past 4.5 years to get accreditation. Now, we are just a little bit close to get our accreditation with ASIN. If you go to their website, they are coming in October of this year. If our license slip from annual license to provisional, it's going to affect this accreditation, and it's going to affect our students. It's going to affect our clinical site. We are here as a friend to CIE, as somebody that carry out the regulation and law of state of Florida. I can tell you, our students report us all the time because we are not bending the rule. If you don't hear any report about any school, that means that school are bending rule. We know we need to protect the elderly people of the state of Florida. We need to protect the citizens of Florida. We are very serious with students completing their clinical for the safety of the citizen. When we enforce the policy of the school, carry out the regulation of the state of Florida, the student will be reporting the school. But we are not giving up. We stand tall that we want to support the mission of the state and to the CIE regulation. We carry every rule that guided the school. And our school is open to you at any time, even without notice, because we are not trying to cut corner. Please, anything that will be detrimental to this license will put us away from our accreditation. So we are respectively asking the commissioner, when you look a school that is for you, it's Reese College, send somebody to come like a student, pretend they're students. They will report to you that we are very thorough. Thank you. Kindly let us be the way we are. We are here to make sure we obey your rule. And now, what we decided to be doing different, anytime we submit documents to the representative of the CIE, we want to be, now that we have the legal representation of CIE email, we want to be making sure that we share it with him so that these kind of things will never happen. Sometimes the problem happens because our representative that we report it to under CIE, they don't respond to our email, and that makes it look bad on our school. We work every day to make sure we stand with your rule. May God bless you. Please, October is our accreditation with AC. Anything that intervene with our annual license will put us in jeopardy. We worked more than 4.5 years to get this accreditation. Thank you. God bless you.
All right, I believe there's someone in the background. I don't know if there's a way of muting that particular device or.
Mr. Murray, it sounds like you might be, okay, never mind.
Great. Commissioner Giuliano, would you like to?
Well, I guess my second question,
Yeah.
I mean, beyond that is the Q1 2026 pass rate, which looks like it's 16%. So question would be, what happened with those 6 testers, and what is going on at the school with regard to the ASN program? Because the pass rate is supposed to be getting better. It looks like it's getting worse.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If I may respond. You can see in 2024, in the whole state of Florida, we are a small school. We finished with 80.5%. The whole state of Florida was 80.6. In 2025, we finished with 67.8, while the whole state closes at 70.5. We miss it by 1%. As you can see, we're a smaller school. We work so hard. What happened the first quarter of 2026? There is what they call proxy examination. There are some people in the country of India where we don't know. We purchased the exam from Elsevier. When the student took the exit exam, we got all the students that took exam pass. We presented them to take the state exam. Then we noticed, after the student failed, we contacted Elsevier. Elsevier responded to Rice College, and it took them about 2 months to conduct the investigation. When they conducted the investigation, the Elsevier told us that there is what they call proxy. The proxy, they pay them in the state of India. When the student pay the proxy, they will sit in the classroom, and then somebody in the state of India will be taking the exam for students in the United States, and the student will only sit in the front of computer. We spend a lot of money for this investigation, and Elsevier told the school that we should not give exam 1 and exam 2 again, that the people in state of India, they already get hold of those exams. They now directed us to be using different exams, which I don't want to give now, because those students may be listening to this meeting. So we assure you, the second quarter is going to be 100%. And we're going to close this year. We've done it several years. We're going to close this year not less than 90%. And to bring to the commission attention, in the state of California, about 2 weeks ago, the students are paying the testing center $5,000. They will pay $1,000 before they take the in-class exam. When the testing center pass them, they pay additional $4,000. Then they become a nurse. So Rice College quickly had emergency meeting. We are not going to schedule any of our graduates to take in-class exam in state of California, because when the problem is going to fall, we don't want to be part of that issue. The state of California, they are going to revoke everyone that took exam from January of 2026 till now, because they started using it this year, multiple center. And we have the information, it's online, it's everywhere. We want to tell the commissioner, Reese College is your school. We always try to make sure we stand tall, we don't cut corner. And I assure you, the reason why the first quarter was 16 is because of the proxy. And the SCVIA already guarantee us to not use exam 1 and 2 anymore. But the exam they told us to be using, I don't want to say it. If I need to write it to the commission, I can put it in writing to share with you. Reese College, second quarter is going to be 100%, and the third quarter is going to be 95 to 100, and we are going to close this year not less than 95%. We already get our strategies together. We don't sleep. We don't go away. I dedicated my life to this school because this is always what I've been thinking for since when I came and finished medical school as a doctor in the United States. I want to make sure I'm able to help other people to become somebody as a man of faith. And I thank you because the leadership of CIE, what you are doing, I've seen it. It's a wonderful job. Abraham Lincoln says, to make a name or leave a mark in one profession is an achievement. And to do that job honorably for someone to take on is highly commendable. I commended all of you as a commissioner. You leave your full-time job to help the community, to help the state. As a result, you are helping the whole United States. All the school must really supported you so that you achieve your goal. Any school that bends rule, they are not following your regulation. Thank you for what you do, and thank you for what you will continue to do for the citizenry of Florida. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I jump in for a quick second? So
Yeah.
I think we're being a little not realistic and taking responsibility for the results and the outcomes. And even when you speak about you're going to have a 95% by end of the year, even if I took the most number of testers, which was in 2023, where you had 22 test takers, and the rest of the people now, you end up with 22 and everyone passes, so you have 22 graduates, that only gives you a 72.7% NCLEX pass rate for the year.
And that's if everybody passes.
That's if everyone passes. Yep, having 22 graduates, including the people, 6 already took it. So having a 95% is not realistic. Secondly, as we discuss here, it's the responsibilities of the schools, their deans of nursing, and the owners to ensure the quality of the education. That quality of the education is what's taught in the classroom, the curriculum, what's done at the clinical sites, how you do assessments, making sure assessments are secure. We've spoken about the insecure assessments a while in the commission meetings for the last couple of months, for probably the last year. At the end of the day, though, you are ultimately responsible. It's not HES's job. It's not your consultant's job. It's not ATI's job. It's the school's job to ensure their outcomes. And, as we look at this, I would also propose that we maybe want to limit enrollment, especially given everything I'm hearing about these unrealistic expectations about where they're going right now, that not only should they remain on, should be not probation, I'm sorry, someone correct me at the right term, but not only should they not have provisional, they should not have a full license, but we should also be limiting enrollment also. Sorry, my fellow commissioners, do you have any comments about that?
No. Commissioner Litvack, I completely agree, and it was my thoughts exactly. And with regard to my first question with how we got here, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, they were saying they may have turned some stuff in, we didn't get it. Is that what happened? Do we, from a staff level, do we see that the same way they saw it?
We do not.
It also sounded like the second part of the response was the claim that their final assessment within the program was compromised because of the proxy testing, and that accounts for why there's low, scores. But there's a gap in that logic there insofar as, well, presumably, I suppose, if they would have legitimately taken it, they probably would have performed in that exam similar to how they performed in the actual NCLEX, if it's intended to be a good, gateway exam, and therefore they would be held back perhaps. But it does mean that then there is a deficiency in the educational track that's leading to those poor scores in the first place. So what this is claiming is that there isn't, what's compromised is the diagnostic. This doesn't say that the actual culprit is cured, right? It's that the source of it wasn't detected, at the gateway, and that's a different kind of issue. So it seems that the deficiency in the actual scores is a reflection of, the educational training that the students received in the course of the program, and that's kind of a broader concern. So I agree that the exams need to be secured, but that shouldn't take the place of critical reflection on the program itself and a deeper kind of accountability for these outcomes.
And commissioners, to give you the numbers that are in front of us for 24-25 in their LPN to RN program, they had 44 enrollments. In their RN program, they had 40 enrollments. And in their PN program, they had 14 enrollments reported to the commission for the 24-25 year. And of note, I know the institution was speaking to some students being in California. The 24-25 numbers reported to us, they reported that all of those students were Florida students.
If I may comment, please.
Yes.
Actually, the California I'm not talking about our students. I'm talking about what is currently going on in the state of California. And I'm saying if any of our students want to take California exam for NCLEX, we are not going to process them. And regarding the passing rate, the school have done everything we can do. The students, they can even pass by themselves, which we can share the transcript of the student with you. But they are scared that they may not pass. That was the reason they contacted the proxy in state of India to take the exam. And to prevent that, the college already purchased browser lockdown that no proxy can even penetrate our system. And when we say the number are not adding up, that we may not be able to get to 95, I can predictably tell you today that 2026, the highest passing rate in the country will not go more than 90.1. And the state of Florida is always 10% less to the national. In 2026, ending of the year, I can predict that the state of Florida, the highest they can go will be 81 to 85%. And I want to assure you, based on our calculation, if we, from now, if we present based on the number of students we have in the class, up to 26 students, there is no way we will not even go above what the state of Florida passage rate will be. We really applaud what you do, but it is not an easy job to run a school. At the same time, fighting to get your school accredited. at the same time getting the school to pass the NCLEX rate. It's not an easy job. That is why I assure you we're going to make it, and then we would like you to please tender justice with consideration. This school, we are here to work with the commissioners and the CIE.
How many cohorts do you
May I
have?
interpret? May I say something?
Can you answer my question real quick? How many cohorts do you have each year for your LPN RN program and your ASN program?
We got 3 cohorts.
3 cohorts?
May I answer, Dr. Amy?
Go ahead.
Okay, so each year we get about between 4 and 5 cohorts each year. But on the passing rate, I want to say something. This year we expected to, by the end of this year, we expected to send around 50 students to take the board exam. Around 50 students. This is our plan. And when we noticed that our pass rate dropped to 16%, around 16% on the first quarter. So what we have done on top of the capstone class, we partnership with a review company, which is Bola Review. It's a great one. So after passing the final comprehensive exam, which is the exit exam, so the graduate, they are required to take a NCLEX review class with that company. And we believe that as of now, we already got 13 students who already passed for the second quarter. So we are working with them. They are taking the NCLEX review and to submit the name to the board and to take the NCLEX exam. So again, by the end of this year, we expect to send around 50 students to take the board exam. In this situation, so we believe that if we got around 40 to 45 who pass, and we will be closer to around 90%. This is our plan. And to target the proxy problem, what we have done, as Dr. Amy said, so we contact a company, we secure everything, so the students, they won't be able to penetrate our system using a proxy. So we diligently did everything that we can, and to assure that by the end of this year, we close around 90%. This is what we have put in place.
And with your PN program, when did you get your first students enrolled in that program?
All right, the 2024.
Okay, so you should have.
No, one second. Let me check. No, 2020, 2023. 2023, we had around 5 students who enrolled in the PN program. But down the road, they decided to withdraw. And we were going to, around 2024, we were going to have 4 students, I believe, around July 2024, we were going to have 4 students who enrolled in the PN program.
How many students have graduated from that program?
As of now, no one. We do not have, and we, in the next 1 to 2 months, so they are taking the capstone class now. After completing the capstone class, So they will take the exit exam, and from there, we believe that by October, September to October, so we will have a couple students, a couple PN students who will take the board exam.
So you say you had 5 students enrolled in 2023 in the PN program and none of them have graduated yet?
No, because they redraw.
They dropped?
They drop.
All 5?
Yes. Yes. And around July to August of 2024, we were gonna have another cohort for students. And after that, around like January 2025, we were gonna have another 10 students, another cohort, 10 students. So now,
And what happened to all of them?
Say it again.
What happened to the 2024 and the January 2025 students?
If I may comment quickly, Osin,
Right.
the students that are 5 students that started the program, when they withdraw, they came back to join the program when we started back in 2024, because the number of the students was low. They talked to themselves and withdrew. They came back. That gave us total number of students in that program in 2024 to 8 students. These PN students, their program is not full-time, it's part-time. So because they are working, the PN program is a rigorous one because most of their program is more clinical than theory. So because when they come back, we have 8 students that are current in that program. So only what they need to do now is to finish their capstone. We're using leaping course for both the PN and associate degree program. So they are rounding up their capstone, and hopefully by August, September, they should be able to be taking their board exam. And that will be the first graduate of our PN program.
So commissioners, at this time, we've heard quite a bit of information from this institution that would lead staff to also, we would support and recommend a limitation of enrollment on these programs, specifically the LPN to RN and the ASN program, because those are both feeders to the NCLEX RN. Currently, it does appear that per the Florida Board of Nursing, they are ranging from 3 to 4 cohorts. So if you are going to propose the limitation, we would ask to specifically list the number of maximum cohorts to ensure that there are not additional cohorts added throughout the year.
What's the current staff recommendation that we're considering? Just
It is just
back
in
it up.
accepting the report. They're just here to report back. So you've already placed the institution on a substantive change, at the March meeting. They were placed on substantive change due to their ASN program being placed on probation by the Florida Board of Nursing.
Excuse me, please. The commissioners, the school, Reese College, it's very difficult to even get students to come to school. School is going through the accreditation. If any adverse effect from the commissioner, it's going to be like a double jeopardy.
Excuse me, I'm sorry if I may, because I think we've given you broad latitude here. I just need you to understand that our primary commitment is to the protection and welfare of students, not to securing your accreditation. And the impact of this on your accreditation is derivative and secondary in this consideration. And I think it's been rather challenging to communicate effectively regarding the specific questions that we're asking. And I think it's important for you to acknowledge the drift of the conversation and why we're asking what we're asking and the concerns that we're raising.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I'm trying to say, I know that you are here to protect the students and the citizen of this state. Any action that affected the school licensure or accreditation also affected the students. What is happening right now in many other states, if a nursing student graduated from unaccredited nursing program, many other states, like for example, we got a lady called, one of our students, her name is Ibi. The husband served in U.S. Marine, retired, later with National Guard, posted to Washington, D.C. They currently resided in state of Maryland. This student already licensed here in Florida. When she now moved to Maryland, Maryland Board of Nursing refused to grant license to her because the school that she graduated from, not an accredited school with AC. And because of that, that really affected the student. When we look at it broadly, that, okay, accreditation does not concern the students or the commission. Indirectly, is affecting the graduates that become nurse that's supposed to go and serve to help our elderly and the citizenry of this country, because they will not be able to get license in another state.
I think we grasp your argument. Your argument is that you know, you being accredited helps the student, and not being accredited, you know, doesn't help them. Understood. But I think that we're pointing to things that are a bit more foundational, because if you have students that can't pass their licensure exams and the educational experience they're receiving is deficient, or if your school can't maintain compliance, then those raise more foundational issues. And so I think that that's where this conversation is circulating. Dr. Hurst, if I may redirect here for a moment, if we were to apply the following principle that, and this is what I see as the implicit principle kind of operative here. If we limit enrollment to the level an institution has demonstrated it can deliver and complete, calibrated by program and institution-wide performance, weighted by what a student stands to lose if delivery fails, and bounded by the institution's capacity to sustain instruction and teach out. What would you suggest as a properly calibrated limit in enrollment in cohorts for this institution?
So given the precedents that I'm hearing, the recommendation would be to order the institution to limit enrollment in both the LPN to RN program as well as the ASN program, since those are both feeders to the same NCLEX code, to, I would say, no more than 10 students per cohort, with a maximum of 4 cohorts per year, and that would be a combined enrollment into both of those programs.
And Vice Chair Stefano, can we have clarification? Is the commission contemplating a limitation on enrollment in the PN program as well?
I'd like to open that for discussion by the commission.
I would. I'm still extremely confused as to the students that they've had, where they are, what they're doing. We've had no grads. They've demonstrated an inability to get successful outcomes in the other programs. The PN looks like it's on the same track. I would also limit that.
Yeah, I would second that on that one. And I think it's also easy to say they've never really had more than 8 students, it sounded like, per cohort anyway. So it's just to protect as we look forward.
And would it, I don't know what the appropriate language for this would be, but I think it would be helpful for us to request some sort of report or write-up on two things. One, clarification on the students that have been enrolled in these programs and what the outcomes of those students were across the various indicators, and that would be graduation, placement, and passing. And what changes are they implementing currently to improve the program? Because we've heard several pieces of this, but it would be helpful for us to have this in writing in a more systematically presented fashion.
And just to add on that, Chair, I would be very specific about what are you changing in the curriculum, as you stated. It's not just about having an exam at the end.
Right.
That should almost be a given that you know, hopefully 100%, but hopefully 90% plus pass it because they've already had that education and training, and all it is that last check to make sure you're really refining everything. So what are you changing in your curriculum? Because I've not heard anything talked about that in today's conversation.
Well, if I may comment,
Okay.
if I may comment, we.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Amy.
Yes, the school make a lot of changes. Before, we using ATI. When we see that the last result was not really what we expected, we contracted with Lippincott. We now using Lippincott fully from the beginning to the end. And I said, in another way to help our students to pass, the school pay 100% to a review company without charging the students to pay a dime. When the students, about 2 months to the completion of the program, we put them through a private review company that know how to interpret the content, so different from what the school does. So number 2, placing the school on a cap on enrollment is not going to help the students. The nursing program is an expensive program to run. Clinical instructors, clinical coordinator, nurses, director of the program. The school spend a lot of finances sustaining the school. The staff recommendation, we came before you to seek for reconsideration. And I believe what is coming out was not part of that recommendation that we hear for today. Limiting enrollment, many of the bigger schools in state of Florida, they are performing worse than Rice College. We're here to let you know you can check the record. We graduated last year, we closed 67. Many of the bigger schools, they closed lesser than that. Nothing happened to them.
I appreciate, excuse me, I appreciate your concerns about the bigger schools, and I take it as the task and mission of this commission to apply a consistent set of rules, statutes, and principles across these institutions, varied based upon their context and their specific performance histories. And so if you see a difference in the outcome, it's still a consistent set of statutes, principles, and rules that are being applied, but there's different outcomes, just as a physician can apply a similar set of diagnostics and diagnose patients differently because their actual situations are different. And I'm relieved to hear that you're able to articulate the differences that you've made in the program, and it's exactly what we're asking you to articulate in writing. So if you could take maybe what you've begun to articulate today and take that as a start to presenting this to us in a more systematic fashion, I mean, that would be very helpful. One question I do have to help guide this final stage of our deliberation here. What is the total enrollment you have across all these programs for the year in the past year?
Osin?
Yes, Dr. Amy, actually, we do have, as of now, we do have 121 students.
And what is the distribution in terms of the three programs that were discussed today?
Yes,
including,
as of now,
excuse me, Osin?
Yes,
including the PN students.
Exactly.
Out of these 120 students, we told you we're going to present about 50 students. They are graduates. They're getting ready to graduate to leave the school. If we subtract 50 from 120 students, that means we left with 70 students. Out of these 70 students, 10 of them, they are PN students. So the school
sorry,
left,
Dr. Amy, 14.
14.
Yes.
14. So the school left with about 50-something students. And this is just for the record. We have a lot of faculty. The salary alone every 2 weeks is between 42 to 45,000, 2 weeks. So limiting enrollment may affect the staff that work in the school. The students are coming out, about 50 students. By December of this year, we're going to be left with 50, which cannot support the number of the faculty and the staff working in the school and to pay the rent and the utility. So this school, we prove ourselves by December. We cannot prove ourselves. I, Yemi Oladimeji, we ask you to move the student away. I've devoted my life, my resources to this school, and I did not leave any stone unturned to make sure we do just that.
I understand, but even in the question I just asked, it's incredibly difficult to discern a clear response through what you just articulated.
And if you do the math, I'm not understanding where you're coming from. If you're losing 50 students and we're limiting you to 10 students in the RN and 10 students in the PN 4 times a year, that is 80 students in total, which is greater than the 50 that are outgoing. So how is this affecting your staffing? How's this affecting unless I'm doing my math wrong.
Well, I think Dr. Hurst, I think your proposal was for that to be across the programs. Is that correct? Or was that limited to 2 of the 3 programs? And so if we were to apply it across them, you would revise your recommendation?
So the proposal, or the original proposal I made, was for 10 for a combined enrollment per cohort for the LPN to RN program and the ASN program, which lead to the same NCLEX code. And then 10 for the per cohort for the LPN.
So it's 80 in total for the year.
Yes.
Which is still greater than the 50 that you're losing. So again, I think the school needs to go back and listen to what you're saying and listen to what we're saying, because we're speaking over each other. And again, even with the curriculum, Lippincott is not your curriculum. I know your dean of nursing is on the call. What is the dean going to do? How are you going to better train your faculty? What additional mechanisms might you use so students are learning and comprehending, so when they get to the end and they get to the exit, that they're passing and then passing the NCLEX? Those are the things that I'd be interested in kind of reading about, how you're looking at the curriculum, not third-party products, not ATI, not HESI, not Lippincott. It's what are you doing as an organization to better prepare your faculty, to better prepare the students?
Thank you very much. We have
Mr.
done what we
Junta,
got.
I'm sorry, Mr. Junta, could you please formalize this into a motion?
I think we'll do this in two parts, if you don't mind. I'll formulate half of it, and then I think Executive Director Hurst has better notes than I do on the reports that you want. So I've been trying to formulate how we want to do the limitation on enrollments. So if I heard correctly from what I was able to decipher, the institution has two sets of licensure programs. It's got two RN programs. Okay, one, I think an ASN program and a PN to RN program. And it also has then a PN program. The proposal is to limit the maximum enrollments in the PN program to 40 students a year. Also to limit enrollment in the two RN programs to a cumulative total of 40 per year. Now, it's my understanding, if I heard correctly, that both of these programs, when the institution was asked how many cohorts they had, they said between 3 and 5. And it sounded like, from what I heard earlier, that the proposal is to limit the number of cohorts per year to 4 in both programs. And then I didn't know, I didn't catch whether there was a limitation per cohort. Because if they're doing, if the idea is if they have 4 cohorts to limit it to 10, but what if they choose to have only 3 cohorts? So
I believe the limitation should be to total enrollments, because some schools might want to do less cohorts.
Okay, sure. So, so if that is the motion, then we can prescind from imposing a limitation per cohort. Although that does mean conceivably they could enroll 40 students in one cohort, but I don't think it matters if it's a year. So you want 40 per year, yeah, in both programs.
And then the second part of the, I'm sorry, if you could wait a moment while we finish formulating the motion. Director Hurst, could you provide the second part?
And to add to what General Counsel has stated, we would also want to add that no earlier than 1 year from the date of this order, the institution may apply to the Commission for reconsideration of these limits. So that gives them the ability to provide us updated information. We also have this institution has already been ordered to submit a progress report with the Commission for the September 2026 meeting. So if we want to continue, you can either ask for the report for the July meeting or September. Since they're already ordered to do the September, I would recommend that. And it would be to submit a progress report with the Commission for the September 2026 Commission meeting. The report shall be submitted no later than 60 days prior to the scheduled meeting and include information and clarification on the students enrolled in the LPN to RN program, the ASN program, and the PN program, including their graduation, their enrollment dates, their graduation dates, their NCLEX pass rate reports, and an improvement plan for each of these programs to demonstrate how these students will be successful.
Commissioners, to have a motion to adopt the motion as stated, combined by our General Counsel and Director Hurst.
Vice Chair Stefano, if I could have just a moment to consult with the Executive Director on a question.
May I say something?
Osin, wait.
Yes.
Wait.
Wait. We were approved for
Osin, wait.
So just as a clarification, I just clarified with your executive director, and I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. That as far as the limitation of enrollment goes, it's not a total limitation of 40 in the program. It's no more than 40 new students a year total in the program. Is that correct?
Okay, you can go ahead.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, that,
That question is directed to the
that's
commission.
what we were discussing, yes. So we 40, they have a single NCLEX code, so it's 40 students in the professional nursing program, which is composed of both an LPN to RN and a generic ASN program, and 40 students per year in the practical nursing program.
Got it.
But
That's
but
the
I
motion.
believe what you're asking is if there are students already in the program, are they included in that cap or right? No, it's new
No,
students.
it's new.
Right.
It's
Right.
new
Exactly.
enrollment.
That's right. Sorry. Okay.
All right. May I say something?
Okay. Proceed.
Yes. We were approved to run the PNR program since 2020. So since then, we always struggle to get a student in the PN program. The first cohort we were gonna have, as I explained it to you, as I mentioned, 5 students, and they dropped. 2024, on July, we were gonna have only 4 students. And January 2025, we got the third cohort, we got 10 students. So we will please ask you to consider it for us, because we do not have any guarantee for 2026, by the end of 2026, that we will have even 15 more students in the PN program, because the market is really tough. The demand for the PN program is not really, it's not high.
Thank you.
So,
let me come in quick.
Okay.
The commissioners, the PN is never and not in probation. And we don't have any reason before the commissioner today to defend the PN program. Our first graduating class did not graduate yet. If any commission sanction on PN, it will be sanctioned before any crime or anything being committed. And for the ASN program, LPN to RN, they are separate programs. If we limited to 10 students per cohort, that means 5 LPN to RN and 5 ASN. A faculty will be paid the minimum. A faculty to teach PN is running us close to 160,000. So when 5 students go to clinical, what we pay for 5 is what we pay for 10 for taking them to clinical.
Vice Chair, if I may, just a word of clarification. The proposal that's been made is not to impose any limitations per cohort.
Yeah, I understand that, and I think it's clear to everyone on the call, with the exception of the institution.
Commissioners, as a proprietor and the financier of the school,
sir, excuse me. All right, we just need to be on the same page here. Okay, that it's not limited a number of cohorts. It's not limited, 5 and 5. Right now, the proposed limitation is 40 new students for the cumulative count of the 2 programs, and 40 new students for the PN program. And so it's not, it doesn't limit your existing students. It's talking about new students over the next year. And based upon the projections that your colleague just said, it seems that you fall perfectly within this, and there is, you know, even more ample wiggle room than what your projections even sustain. So it seems like we're just talking past each other. And what I'd prefer to do at this point is for us to proceed with the motion, give you a chance to review it, look it over, and if there are any concerns, then you can pursue the available paths for either discussing that or dealing with that with the commission.
And just to respond to the school on the PN program, they say they don't have any graduated students yet, but they enrolled 5 students in 2023 and at least 4 in 2024. So saying you haven't had any graduated students yet isn't necessarily a good thing, considering you've been enrolling students for 3 years in that program and you have 0 graduates and 0 testers. So, I mean, the more you argue, the less comfortable I get even with this motion, because 10 per cohort in PN or these other ones may be too much. There's a student protection issue here that we, you know, the school is acting like we're doing something to them, but what we're reacting to is what they are doing to students. And so this is a student protection issue. They should feel fortunate they're getting what they're getting. I'm a little dismayed that when we talk about limiting, they say that's not going to help, because the hope is that smaller classes, smaller school, more individualized attention would help. The fact that they say it's not going to help makes me a little worried that what we're doing is not going to really do anything here. So I'm tentatively okay with the motion. I'm very uneasy with it at this point. I think the school should just accept it and do their best for students.
So I'd like to propose the motion as articulated by council and director.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. The motion carries. Thank you, and thank you for the discussion. All right. The next item that was pulled from this section is the write-in. Number 16, Horizon Healthcare Institute, number 4378. If there's anyone from this institution present, please raise your digital hand, introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
There is no one on the line.
Okay, Dr. Hurst, would you like to
Yes.
open this up for us?
So this institution appeared at the March 26, 2026 commission meeting to apply for renewal of their annual license. At the meeting, the commissioners observed that the pending application for annual licensure is deficient in several respects. The commission voted to approve that application for annual license with the conditions. And one of those was not one of the conditions, but at the meeting, the commissions ordered the institution to appear through a personal representative at the commission's May 28, 2026 virtual public meeting. Of note, we issued or sent the notice of intent to the email address on record, as well as by certified mail to the address of record. The certified mail was returned to the commission office. So because the institution has not appeared as directed by the commission, we would make a staff recommendation to order the institution to appear through a personal representative at the commission's July 30th, 2026 public meeting, prepared to explain the application's deficiencies enumerated in the commission's April 16th, 2026 notice of intent to approve annual renewal with conditions, and to address the outstanding concerns the deficiencies have raised in the commission. Their clerked order will stand, so the clerked order requires that those contingencies be satisfied within 90 days of the issuance of the clerked order. So we will continue to monitor their response.
Yep. Do you have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Any public comment? All right, hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. So next section has two items. It's application for provisional licensure plus one write-in. And these will be taken individually. The first on this list is Antares College in Orlando, number 13607. If there is anyone from that institution on the call, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Morning, commissioners and staff. I'm Dr. Jose Otero with Otero Consulting Group. I'm sitting here with the representative of the college.
Great. Thank you for being here.
I'm Vinicius Nogueira. I'm in charge of the placement and student services of the college.
Great. Thank you. So I take it you've had a chance to look at the staff recommendation, and this is very small things here, right?
We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I said I take it that you've had a chance to see the staff recommendation. It's a very small and few things here. You able to hear me? Hello?
They might be having some audio issues. Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay. All right. You guys hear me. All right. Good.
Yeah, well, we can hear you.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't, on my end. Yeah, I appreciate it. Commissioners, is there any discussion of the staff recommendation that's before you?
No.
None from me.
No. Okay. Let me ask the Dr. Otero, any concerns, or you guys, I'm assuming that you're good with the recommendation? I think maybe they still can't hear me.
My name is Dave Merkley. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
No, our microphone is working, but our speakers stopped working the second the microphone was unmuted.
It sounds like they're having technical difficulties. My name is Dave Merkley. I'm the president of the institution, and I do believe that we're good with the staff recommendation.
Great. So we're ready. Is there a motion to consider staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No? All right. The motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. No. Next institution is Naples Comprehensive Health College of Osteopathic Medicine, number 13646. If there's anyone from the institution on the call, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, and anyone else on the call.
Hello, Commissioners. Chris Giorgetti, Ferguson, Santoro, and Giorgetti, and I believe Dr. Gilliar is also joining.
Thank you for being here. I take it that
okay, here we go. I think I'm on. I didn't mean to interrupt. Yeah, good morning. I'm Wolfgang Gilliar. I'm the Dean of the Medical School. It's good to be here. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Great. Thank you for being here. Commissioners, is there any discussion?
No.
None.
Great. Mr. Giorgetti, any concerns or anything that you'd like to discuss?
I don't think so, Chair. We've reviewed the staff recommendations, and the faculty listing form will be updated, all the licenses pulled down. Just have to get that operating agreement adjusted to between the two schools, between the school and the ownership. Other than that, everything's ready to go. So whenever we get the clerked order, we'll be able to respond. No problems.
All right, fantastic. So do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for this institution?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioners. We appreciate it. And we appreciate Ms. Jackson. She she had to work with a new College of Osteopathic Medical application, so we really appreciate her taking the time.
Fantastic. Thank you. Section C, return to annual license has none.
Vice
We
Chair.
actually have
There
another
was some
one.
write-ins.
Oh, the
Yes.
write-in. I'm sorry. Yep. My
It is number
apologies.
3, Grand Canyon University.
Number 13677. My apologies. The notes were on another page here. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, and anyone else on the call.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Jennifer Leck, and I'm the Vice Provost at Grand Canyon University. I'm here with our Dean of Nursing and Healthcare Professions, Dr. Lisa Smith. If needed, we also have an additional colleague, Jake Lambert, on the call who can answer any financial questions, and Shelby Burt for application-specific questions. So thank you very much for having us on the agenda for today's meeting.
Great. Thank you. Have you had an opportunity to review staff recommendations?
Yes, we have. In fact, we received the approval from the nursing board just yesterday, so that is done, and the other 2 will be taken care of as well.
Fantastic. All right. Commissioners, any discussion? No? Okay. Have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for this institution.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Congratulations, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
All right. Section C, return to annual license. There are none. Before we go to section D, would the commissioners and commission like a 10-minute break?
Yes.
We would.
Yeah. All right. So let's plan on, it's 10:47, but let's round it 10:50. Let's plan on starting again at 11 a.m. All right. Thank you. See you soon.
Vice Chair Stefano, we are back from break.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we are resuming with Section D, application for annual license. There are 5 institutions in this section plus 1 write-in. We'll take these 6 institutions individually. The first is IBECAM University, number 13138. If there's anyone here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Vice Chair Stefano and Executive Director Hurst. This is Edgar Lamela from Superb Strategy, representing our client IBECAM University. Here with us is the Executive Director of the university, Mr. Jesus Fuenmayor. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. And have you had a chance to review the staff recommendations?
Yes, and in that regards, actually, that submission of the 604 already signed was submitted on April the 24th, actually.
Okay. Well, I mean, we get things, lagged based upon the cutoff points. So if that's already fulfilled, we'll let staff, review that and mark it accordingly. Commissioners, is there any discussion? No? Okay. Well, let's see here. All right. Well, there's no further discussion. Do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for this institution?
Motion.
Seconded. Yep.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next on the agenda is International Bridge University, number 13201. Does anyone here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Good morning. I am Christian Ortega, president of International Bridge University.
Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
If you give me one moment, just getting this.
Fernando Martinez, the campus director.
Is that everyone from the call?
Yes.
Okay, great. And have you had a chance to review the staff recommendations regarding the financial statements of the controlling principles?
Yes, we have. And
okay, great.
Yeah.
Any concerns?
No concerns.
Okay, great. Commissioners, is there any discussion? No?
And Vice Chair, Commission staff would like to add a contingency to this recommendation that is in front of you. So the added contingency would be the submission of the financial statements of the parent corporation, of the corporation, which is Bridge Education LLC, to submit their corrected financials from December 31st of 2025. It appears that there are a couple of errors in the math of that, specifically the assets to the liabilities. So we would like to add that as a contingency.
Okay. So I have a motion to adopt the updated staff recommendation.
Second.
Second. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on our list is International University of Miami, number 13278. Does anyone here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Miguel Angel Martí, Administration Director of International University of Miami. Thank you for having us today.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the call with you?
No.
No. Okay. Great.
Just me.
All right. And have you had a opportunity to review the staff recommendations?
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
Good.
Any concerns?
All the 3 official transcripts are in hand, so our team will submit them by email immediately upon the conclusion of this hearing.
Great. Thank you. Commissioners, any discussion? No? Okay. Great. So do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Second.
Second.
Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, the motion carries. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, next institution on the list is Calvert University, number 13089. If there's anyone here for that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Good morning. Hope you're all doing well. My name's Irene Vega. I'm the director of the university.
Hi, Azur Tosas with compliance.
Linda Tosas.
Great. Thank you for being here. Have you had a chance to review the staff recommendations?
Yes, we have.
Great. Any concerns?
No concerns on our side.
Okay, great. Commissioners, any discussion? Okay. So can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All right. Got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, and thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
everybody.
And we really quickly want to shout out Monica Brooks. She's been very helpful and wonderful in this process. So thank you all so much and have a nice day.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate
Bye.
that. Section E, application for extension of annual license. There are none in this section. And then section
I think
F.
we have a couple more.
We
in
need to
that
go back.
section.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
we
we
got-
have.
I'm sorry. I'm
number
sorry.
6.
Yeah. Again, the sheets here. I need to highlight the right ends better. I'm sorry. So we have Concord Career Institute, correct?
Vice Chair Stefano, I'm abstaining from ruling on this matter based on my affiliation.
Okay, great. And so if there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
So Vice Chair Stefano, I'm going to clarify something because we have 2 schools now that are in front of us. Do you want to start with number 5 or number 6? Both of them were skipped.
I apologize. Okay,
okay.
so we'll start with number 5 and then
Okay.
we'll go to number 6.
Perfect.
My apologies here.
It's okay. They were just both raising their hands and we were trying to unmute which one should be.
I see. It's just, I'm flipping here between 3 different sets of documents. And so,
Not
you
a
know,
problem.
yeah, I have to find a way of better consolidating this. So number 5, Miami International Business University, number 13185, please raise your digital hand and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Yes, good morning, Commissioner. Thank you to have accepted us to this meeting. I'm Alicia Zanatelli. I'm the Executive Director of the Miami International Business University. Here with me, we have the President, Massimo Gallardo.
I'm Massimo Gallardo, the President of Miami International Business University. Good morning.
And we have the Admission Director, Monica Figueroa.
Hi, I'm Monica Figueroa. I'm the Admissions Director for the university.
Okay, and then we have connected our Academic Director, which is Santarvis Brown, and our CPA, which is Luca Cantoniti.
Great. Thank you for being here. Have you had a chance to review the staff recommendations?
Yes, we do. We review it, and we have no concerns.
Great. Thank you. Commissioners, any discussion? No? All right, so no concerns, no discussion. Do you have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
Yes, of course. We will submit our... I'm sorry.
Motion.
I'm sorry.
No worries, no
I'm
worries.
sorry.
All right, so I think we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. The motion carries, and I'm glad we have your support with it. Thank you.
Thank you so
All right.
much. Thank
And
you. I'm
thank you.
sorry.
No, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Look forward to receiving those documents. And then next is the write-in, Concord Career Institute, in which Commissioner Lynn will be abstaining. And so if there's anyone here from that institution, number 13285, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Vice Chair Stefano, just a public service announcement. When your institution is called, if you're going to make any comment, please keep your hand raised. It's helpful for staff to keep track of who's commenting.
Hello, this is Cheryl Jameson. I'm the campus president at Concord Career Institute in Tampa.
Hello, this is James Jones. I'm the Director of Academic Operations at Concord in Fort Myers.
Great. Thank you for being here. Have you had a chance to review staff recommendations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any concerns?
No, sir.
All right. Commissioners, any discussion?
Yeah.
All right. So do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. The motion carries. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for lending us the presence of Commissioner Lynn, who is an incredible contribution to this commission.
We agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next section here. So I got a little ahead of myself. I appreciate your patience with me. Application for extension of annual license. There are none in this section, which brings us to section F, application for annual renewal. There are 20 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider the 20 applications by consent?
So moved. Yep.
Okay. Second. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion to take the section by consent passes. I'll now ask each commissioner and Director Hirsch if there are any items they would like to pull. I'll begin with Director Hirsch. Are there any that staff would like to pull?
Number 7 and number 19, please.
Okay. Commissioner Caballero?
Non-addition.
Commissioner Litvak?
Non-addition.
Commissioner Lynn?
None additional. Nope.
And Commissioner Giuliano?
None.
All right, and there are none additional that I'd like to pull. Are there any representatives from the schools or any members of the public who would like to comment on any school not pulled? That is schools 1 through 6, 8 through 18, and 20.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. So is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation on items 1 through 6, 8 through 18, and 20?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Staff recommendations are accepted for those institutions. So moving to those that have been pulled, institution number 7, Hebron International College, number 7612. If there's anyone here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, and anyone else on the call.
Good afternoon. This is Christopher DeSalvo with Aquinas Network Consulting.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Director Hirsch, since you pulled this one, would you like to lead the discussion?
Yes, so the institution in front of you has a staff recommendation of granting the application in part and denying the application in parts, and then issuance of a provisional license. So anytime that we deny an application, we invite the institution to have conversations if they have any questions regarding staff recommendation.
Mr. DeSalvo, would you like to?
I'm sorry, Vice Chair Stefano, I think we might have somebody else with their hand up for the school. Mr. Murray? Or not? Okay.
So I can speak to that. The deficiencies have been responded to as of today. I cannot confirm at this time if the fee payment had cleared yet, but my understanding is that CIE staff now have everything that's listed here.
Okay. Commissioners, any discussion?
Can we just get a background of why there were so many outstanding issues and what they've done to improve?
Yes, so the majority of these items are actually related to the 2025 financial statement. It just took us some time to actually complete it, and we just received that. I believe it was May 19th that our CPA was finally able to complete it. So that allowed us to knock out the vast majority of the items here. The fee payment was submitted, but it looks like there was a receipt issue at some point, so we have resent that fee payment as well.
What was the holdup on the audit?
We're still pretty early in the year relatively for audits. We are starting to receive them now. Over the past couple weeks, they've started to come through, but it usually does take this long. We started the process back in January, if that helps.
What about there's some contingencies, unless I'm reading this wrong, there's some contingencies going forward with regards to removing or modifying advertisements, things like that, that suggest unlicensed programs. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, that was, it appears to have been a copy and paste error with the website. That is now down. That was taken down as soon as we got the summary sheet. We went and updated the website.
Is it an old program? What was on the website?
No, it looks like it was a template used from something else. I did not actually manage the website, but my understanding is that it was just a copy and paste from a different template that wasn't properly updated.
So those programs were never actually offered at this school?
Correct.
Okay.
And it was one specific program that was listed as a CEU, but the description clearly wasn't a CEU.
Got it.
And Vice Chair Stefano, I have a couple of just procedural recommendations for the staff recommendation. Because the school is already licensed, if the commission wants to reduce its licensure status to a provisional license, the commission needs to find that the institution has undergone a substantive change. And so I was going to recommend that when you if you take up the motion on staff recommendation, it's modified as follows. That the commission find that the institution's failure to cure these deficiencies in a timely manner constitutes a substantive change as defined in rule, because the failure to timely address and resolve these deficiencies prevents the commission from verifying the institution's continued compliance with the standards for licensure. I would suggest just some language just to make clear that this is not a disciplinary measure. I would say something to the effect that, therefore, out of an abundance of forbearance and in lieu of a denial of the renewal application, order that the institution be issued a provisional license upon curing of the noted deficiencies. And then we have here that the provisional license shall remain active and valid until, what's the date we have on here? May 31st, 2027. And then also I recommend just a slight amendment to number 2, removal or modification of all advertisements. By the way, when this is drafted into an order, I'm going to have, it's going to be 1 through 7. I'm not going to, not going to do this 1 through 4 and 1 through 3. So what's going to be the new number 6, where it says removal or modification of all advertisements. There are some other issues with the website besides these. So I would just make the contingency revision of the website so that it complies with Rule 60-2004-11. There's already a delegation of authority to the executive director to determine when these contingencies have been complied with.
Commissioners, any discussion? Do I have a motion to adopt the updated staff recommendation?
So moved.
Again.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our list is number 19, United International College, number 2316. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Dr. Hurst, would you like to introduce the discussion of this institution for us?
Yes, so this institution is also a grant the application in part and deny the application in part and find that the institution failed to be in full compliance to hold an annual license due to the failure to submit payment of the application fees in the amount of $3,500 and then issue a provisional license which shall remain active and valid through March 31st, 2027 with contingencies being met. We will need to make the same changes that were listed in the previous institution, so I will let General Counsel provide that updated language. And I am seeing that I believe there is someone on the line.
So yes, Vice Chair, if the commission does vote to adopt staff recommendation, it would also be with finding a sub-change for the same reasons that were stated earlier, namely that the institution's failure to timely cure these deficiencies creates concerns regarding their ability to comply with licensure standards. And then it's going to be that the provisional license will be issued upon satisfaction of the 4 listed contingencies, and they'll be numbered 1 through 4, with everything else remaining the same.
Okay. Is there someone on the line from the institution?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Angelica Moyano. I'm the Director of Academic Affairs of United International College.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Have you reviewed the staff recommendation and the amended version that was just offered momentarily or a moment ago?
Yes, we had the opportunity to review. First of all, I want to apologize. We missed an email. And this is not characteristic of our institution. So we promise that we're going to be more attentive to all of these deadlines. Our institution has been very busy. Also, we recently changed our campus, and we've just been taking care of everything, but everything's working well. We've been licensed for the past 25 years, so we expect to continue doing a great job for our students. As far as the contingencies that we have to address, we're working on graduation plan, which has been addressed already with our team. And the other couple of things that we need to do is just send an updated enrollment agreement, which has been issued already, and send the check, which is done too.
Great. Commissioners, any further discussion? No? All right. Do I have a motion to adopt the updated staff recommendation?
Motion.
So moved. Yeah. Second. Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. The motion carries. Thank you for being here. Am I skipping any write-ins? I don't believe I am, right?
You are not.
Okay, good. All right. This is the only disadvantage of doing this online, right? You can't kick someone under the table or nudge them a little bit, like, hey, forgetting. Okay. Anyways, all right. Section G, application for license by means of accreditation. There is one institution in this section.
Vice Chair Stefano,
yes?
I apologize. We do need to reconsider one of the items in section F. This is just a very minor item. I forget what number it was on the agenda. It was the Care Hope.
Okay. So do I have a motion to reconsider Care Hope College number 2076?
So made.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So Care Hope is now back on the table. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
I don't believe that we need to hear from anyone, and my apologies to Mr. Murray, but who I believe is here representing the institution. But this is just a procedural matter. We neglected to note in the item the number of cohorts to which the school is limited. So the intended motion was to order them to limit enrollment in the PN program to 24 students per cohort, no more than 3 cohorts a year. And that was it. If somebody from the institution wishes to comment, they certainly may, but if they insist, they don't have to.
Okay.
This is Mark Murray, representing the institution. No, that's the agreement. We're good.
Okay, great. So do I have a motion to adopt the tweaked or updated staff recommendation as stated?
It doesn't need it.
So moved.
You know what? I'm sorry. You know what? I just should know, maybe for clarification's sake, we just so that this doesn't come back and there's no confusion later. We don't have any language here about a time limit for the enrollment. And so what I would take that to mean is that this limitation would apply until the institution applies for a departure from that limit.
I would like to suggest the same term as with BrightMed, where it's a set term and then there's an automatic reconsideration at the meeting to consider the next annual renewal.
Commissioners, I think that's reasonable. Everyone
It is.
amenable?
This school, if we could just double check on what cycle it is. I don't know when it's up for annual licensure renewal. So we have no issues with that, but it might be difficult if it's a November school. And I think what's contemplated is more than just a few months of the enrollment. So, Mr. Murray, do you have any ideas? Do you perhaps want to have it so that this shall be reconsidered in November of 2027?
I don't have the client on the call to get consent with. I don't think that's an issue. I think that would be fine for it to go till then. But I really do need to double check with the client.
What about this? What if we provided, and I don't see how your client could have any objection, that it shall be reconsidered in no later than November 2027, but the institution may apply for reconsideration after a year. So no later than the May meeting, next year's May meeting.
I think you mean no
May
sooner.
2027? Right? I'm sorry?
That's correct. Do we need
That's correct.
Do we need the institution's approval to do this? Can't we just make the motion whatever we want?
You absolutely can. It makes it easier if we have agreement on the record, but the agreement is not required. That is correct.
But I just want to make sure that when you say May, that's the floor. That's a floor, right? Or is that?
That's
CIE.
correct. So the proposal is that no later than the May meeting, May 2027, I don't know on what date that is, I'll look at the calendar and figure it out. The commission may reconsider that limitation upon application by the institution, but the commission shall, at any rate, shall reconsider no later than the November meeting of 2027. Does that make sense, Mr. Murray?
It does. I think that's that's reasonable. Yeah, that's reasonable. I just so right. We can request a reconsideration in a year. Otherwise, it is reconsidered at the November 2027 meeting. Yeah, that works.
Mr. Berry, do you require an opportunity to confer with your client?
I'm texting with her right now.
Okay.
And yes, she's good with that as well.
Okay.
Great. Okay.
And this
so
is the limitation is for the BSN program, right? That was clarified.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All good.
And to address your concern again, Commissioner Giuliano, that's right. You know, this commission has the prerogative to set these limitations without the consent of the institution. It just appeal proofs it if they do agree on the record.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to accept the change by counselor.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Any opposed? None? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Murray. Okay, so Mr. Junta, are we finished with section F?
We are.
Okay, great. I think now we go back to section G, application for license by means of accreditation. There's one application in this section, Polytechnic University of Puerto Rico, number 3085. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Good morning. My name is Adriano Parisi. I am the academic director of Polytechnic University. With me is Javier Zavala. He's the director of planning and institutional research.
Hi, good morning to all the commissioners.
Morning. Thank you for being here. Have you had an opportunity to, well, I mean, your staff recommendation is just to grant this, just looking at the staff comments again. Commissioners, is there any discussion? No, it's pretty straightforward.
Well, I mean, on the summary sheet, there's a graduation rate for the most recent year that, I mean, it's got to be a mistake, I'm assuming. So I don't know if anybody from staff even looked at that, but it says 3%.
Yeah, it says that there's an explanation in Exhibit 2.
Oh.
Yes, so they provided an explanation on page 21 of your summary sheet, and they were also using a graduation rate for their accreditor as well.
Okay. Thank you.
I would like to just thank you, Dr. Monica Brooks. She has been very helpful in this process of gaining the accreditation. My recognition to her work.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion. Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you. Now we're on section H, annual review of license by means of accreditation. There are 12 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion to take the section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull in addition to number 8, which is pulled by reason of affiliation with Commissioner Litvak, which will who will abstain from voting on that item. So I'll begin with Director Hurst. Are there any additional that you would like to pull?
No additional.
Great. Commissioner Caballero?
No addition.
Commissioner Lin?
No additional.
Commissioner Giuliano?
Number 1.
Okay. Commissioner Litvak?
None.
Okay, great. And I don't have any additional. So are there any representatives from the schools or any members of the public who would like to comment on any school not pulled? That is institutions numbers 2 through 7, 9 through 12. Okay.
I believe there is someone on the line, but I believe he's with number 1.
I see.
So
Okay. So that doesn't apply to this. We'll get to them momentarily. Is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation on items 2 through 7, 9 through 12?
7.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, great. The motion passes and staff recommendation is adopted for those institutions. Moving to those that have been pulled, we'll move to institution number 1, which is Advanced Science International College number 2007. And Dr. Hurst, I believe you mentioned there's somebody already on the line, but if there's anyone else on the line, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, and anyone else on the call.
Yes, Dr. Pablo J. Perez and Director of Education Pablo Perez.
Yes.
We're both separate, but we're in the same call.
And the same last name, a little confusing sometimes.
Yeah, and this is Bob, Counsel for Advanced Science International College. Good morning to everyone.
Morning. All right. So Commissioner Giuliano, I believe you.
Yeah, just real quick. This question's for Pablo Perez. I just wanted to see how you're doing. I mean, our numbers kind of drag a little bit. I'm looking at a student body that was reported of 8 students for 24-25. We have, we're significantly past that time period. I know there was a problem with an ASN program. So I just wanted to find out how you guys are doing, how your student body's doing. I know correspondingly the financials kind of took a hit, which is one of the contingencies here. So I just given you a chance to kind of tell the commission how you're doing, how the student body is doing, and how you've recovered from losing a program.
So far, the program is doing extremely well. 2025, the period when they closed us up, when we voluntarily closed the program, little by little, as we successfully completed our Teach Out program, our prices, our influx of money started going away. But we moved to a new location. The rent is much better. Everything's much better. We now currently started with 7 students, and now we have a total of 10 in radiology and working on 10 in 8 already in classes for the Bachelor of Science in Nursing. So, and again, the rent is much less, the utilities is much less. We still have the same instructors, same quality, sometimes even better, more prepared in this sense. And we're slowly going up. We just finished our audit report that shows we will be submitting it it should be completed this Friday. We finished it on Tuesday.
Friday is tomorrow, and the CPA, we really asked him to move the appointment forward, and they responded very well. He finished, ready tomorrow to wrap up, and we kept our educational structure because our students has been always our first priority since 1998. It's the quality that we give them. We protect them continuously. They are us. We are them. That's the way we progress in America when we return to our country as an American outside the United States of America, a Chicago boy here. So the school is doing, I'm very content. I'm proud of the team. And even I'm proud of our legal representative, Bob Harris, that thanks to him, we have learned so many things. And I thank you, commissioners, because of this opportunity. And I thank you, Director Tiffany Hurst, when she gave for the authorization in 2025 for the Bachelor in Science, who unfortunately produced no new income for 2024 and resulted in the negative in the negative net loss. That's about it.
And one stuff we had made, we thought ahead and we made a financial improvement plan that shows our calculations for the school survival and the ability to have sufficient financial stability to protect students, that once they start, they'll be able to finish the first 2 years. That was with only 7. Now we have 10, and we also now have 8 more Bachelor of Science in Nursing, which so basically we're guaranteed that those students for the next 5 years will have a complete education, will be able to graduate, and the school can continue forward.
And yet our reserves are very high. You haven't recorded our CDs, and it was more than also the financial. It was not a financial plan as such. It's a teach-out plan that is unnecessary, but responding to the staff is almost ready to go to you probably before the 90 days that they gave us if you accept what they recommended. Anything else, Director?
No, right now we're in the green. You know, we're in the black.
It is very difficult. I'm 68. The character is 42, but everything. I'm very content they are following my lead yet, and the team. I'm very proud of the team because there is one thing. There's nothing like to see the smiles of a student trusting you, because again, they are us. We were like them so many years ago, and we don't exist if they don't are with us and they don't promise. That's about it.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you're fighting back, and I'm glad you're back on the growth track. Thank you for that answer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any further discussion? No. So I'll make a quick aside comment. So it's not related to the substance or basis of the vote here, but I do want to say that, you know, I appreciate the passion and the kind of the duo that were on the call. It almost sounds like a talk show with the vibrancy and passion with which you articulate yourself. So kudos on that, and I hope that translates well into marketing and student recruitment.
Dr. Stefano?
Yes.
Hi, this is Bob Harris. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you making that remark, because I deal with Dr. Perez and his son almost every day, and the same passion you're hearing is the same passion I hear every day. And they're involved in a lot of these things. I don't want to extend the remarks, but I'm just telling, I appreciate that, because sometimes that passion is, in this industry, is forgotten, and it's very important. That is the energy that usually sits in most of the schools that participate and licensed by this commission. But I see it every day, and you're absolutely right. They believe in what they're doing, and it comes out every time we have a conversation. So I really appreciate you recognizing them for that. It is very true. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes,
so do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Great. For a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Sorry, Chair. I'm sorry. I missed one that I wanted to pull in this section.
Okay.
Would it be okay to go back and reopen it back up for number 4?
Okay.
Which is Cambridge College of Healthcare and Technology.
All right.
So that would come under a motion to reconsider the vote on number 4.
Okay, I'll make a motion to reconsider the vote on that, please.
Okay. So move.
Second.
Yep.
And
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. So we are reconsidering Cambridge College of Healthcare and Technology, number 2843. If there is anyone here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, and anyone else on the call. Commissioner Lippert, the floor is...
Good morning, Commissioners. Julie Orloff, Vice President of Regulatory and Compliance for Cambridge College.
Thank you for staying on.
Not a worry.
Thank you
So
for being.
I was just going through your data. I'm a little bit confused about where you guys are at with your ASN program, because I see one program was closed down, but then it looks like you opened another program.
Yeah, so we taught out our traditional program that we had to start a concept-based program. So at this point, we are waiting. We did a revision of the program to ASIN, since that program, the existing program, was already programmatically accredited through ASIN. So we put through a revision modification to the program, and we're waiting to hear back on from ASIN. It takes about, they like to send back the response about 6 to 8 weeks before you're going to roll that start out, which is in August. So right now, that's what we're waiting on. So we haven't started the new program.
I do see, though, that you got a new NCLEX code for this. So it's not really a modification. It really was a new program.
Well, yes and no. We did get a new NCLEX code, but we have to go through the changes with ASIN as a modification to the curriculum of the program. And that's what we submitted to them back in March or April.
Just my concern is that you've had a number of years of results that did not meet the first-time NCLEX pass rate for the Board of Nursing. And the program most likely, and it looks like you guys relinquished it before they actually shut it down. So my concern is allowing you guys, going forward with, and you've heard us talk today about limiting enrollment. And, like even this year, I'm not seeing the results get better even for the program you're teaching out. So can you speak about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. We have 3 other locations that currently have the concept-based program, and those 3 programs at our other locations have been very successful. To date, the traditional program was a program that we had for many, many years in the past. We, did have, I think last year or the year before, some issues with pass rates. Prior to that, our pass rates were much better, but we were watching the outcomes of the concept-based program, and we see that it's a program that's much better for our student. Our, pass rate for our Miami location was 100%, and then the one in Altamont Springs was, I think, in the 90s. So we
how many students were? How many students were for those?
So the one in Miami had 2 students in the first cohort of this year. There was no grads last year. And then in Altamont Springs, I believe there were 12 students possibly that had graduated. So right now the cohorts, are small because the program's, is just starting. We do have a bridge component to that program as well. So we, have students that are coming into a bridge and then coming into the, the traditional concept.
How many students are you looking to enroll? So if I looked at the ASN program, you had 35 tests in 2024 and 67 in 2025.
I think we enroll between 25 and 30 in our cohorts 3 times a year.
My concern is, just to be very, very frank, is that and I understand that the concept base looks like it's good, but it's relatively new, and you really don't know until you've kind of done it for 2 or 3 years, because the first year results usually, hopefully they are the best of the best, because you got your best students graduating, no one repeating any classes. So they tend to get 100% or high 90s. And then what I've seen traditionally is schools sometimes drop after that, which is okay, as long as the drop is reasonable and maintains quality.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I just wanted to kind of wondering if you guys would agree to, a restriction if you're only looking for 30 3 times a year, just to put that in play. So we make sure the program doesn't grow too quickly, too fast, because you did have in 2024 and 2025, and even for 2026, your results are well below the requirements that are necessary to maintain licensure.
I know that for, for Del Rey, we haven't had any, we haven't had a start yet because it's not starting. It's supposed to start in August. However, we're waiting for ASIN to get back with us with the modification to the program. So we don't have a start yet. Are we enrolling yet? Because it's an approved program, but we haven't started it yet. And then Miami, they're enrolling as well. So, you know, I probably would have to reach out, you know, to the folks to discuss that. But I think that is reasonable. But again, I don't like to answer, you know, for, you know, other folks that, you know, are not on this call with me at this time.
And just to reiterate, you don't need the institution's permission to limit enrollments. All you need is a sound factual basis.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Litvak?
Yep.
Yeah, this is Bob Harris, and I apologize for coming on late to this. I represent Cambridge
No, Bob,
College.
it was my fault. I pulled it late, so I apologize.
No, that's all right. It's all right. And I apologize. And I've been hearing the conversation, certainly, as you know, well, you know, I've had conversations. I guess I'm going to go back to the days when the Board of Nursing would do this to schools, the whole concept of limiting enrollment. And I understand it's the role of the commission is consumer protection and protecting students and all that kind of stuff. So for this purpose right now, what I'd like to do is suggest, instead of with this one, limiting the enrollment, is to maybe look at some other alternatives to kind of make sure that what Ms. Orloff was saying, and she's correct, is this concept-based program has been successful. You know, this first started years ago when we used to work with Dr. Jay Ober, who first came up with that and developed it and applied it in some institutions in Florida, and it has worked really well. But it is difficult for schools to kind of make that transition to what is traditional. A lot of the people that are their instructors and deans say this is the way to go, but this concept-based thing has worked. And so I've encouraged them to go down that path, and it has been successful at this school as well as some others. So I think maybe bring this back up at another meeting to talk about whether there should be any enrollments, but at this stage, let it go forward. But certainly I understand the point. Maybe enrollment is a good thing, but maybe some other things could be considered that might actually give the commission comfort in this particular setting, because they have been successful in their other locations with this program, and I think that needs to be considered. But I appreciate you giving me a chance to speak.
Mr. Harris, and I do consider that, but it is also limited. You know, 2 students is not is not a lot of data, and so that just having it looks like it will be, and hopefully it will. And we're not limiting forever. We've done 1 year. And that's why I asked how many people they expected to enroll. You know, what we don't want to happen is suddenly we see 200, 300, 400 students enrolled, and you're continuing to have 68, 61, 62% pass rates. We're trying to balance those.
Yeah, no, you're correct. Anytime that's ever been where schools have gone, not only in nursing, it's in other places as well, when schools go way up and ramp way up in students, next thing you know, if they don't have the mechanics in place, there's a problem. But I just think in this particular case, let us take a look at the numbers, see in terms of what would be reasonable, but and maybe come back to the commission staff and suggest some things, and including a number. But during this meeting, let us take a look at it a little bit, like Ms. Orloff said, and come back to you, and we might go along with that. But just let's look into it a little bit longer if we can.
And I'm okay moving into the next meeting and so you can talk to the commission staff a little bit. But there is history here, and what I personally don't like is seeing individuals had one program, close it, and then start another program to avoid the statutes and to avoid the numbers. And I'm hoping that, like you said, hopefully they will have great results, 90% plus. But right now, what the data shows is something a little bit differently. So I'm looking at consumer.
Yeah, excuse me. And the reason why the program was voluntarily taught out was to become aligned with our other locations. And it was strategically done based on our programmatic, applications and approval, and all of our schools now are ASIN accredited. In Florida, we just recently received those in May of this year. So, so we're trying to become aligned with all of our other locations, as with all of our other programs that we offer at our schools. They're all in alignment, and that's the reason why we did that as well. And we anticipate success with this, this new concept-based program in our Delray location.
And I only wish that my accreditor, which is the Council on Occupational Education, says proof, not promises. So, like, I'm hoping that's the case, and we all hope, but till we see it. And again, and as I said to Mr. Harris, I'm not looking to restrict this to such a great number, but just to make sure it doesn't blow up, because your numbers went from 12 test takers, where you had an 87.75% in 2023, to 35 students in 2024 with a 68%, and then 67 in 2025 with a 61%. So you can see that as you increase your number of graduates, your NCLEX pass rate went down for the other program. And while this new program, concept-based, might solve your issues, there's also a lot to look at, not only in curriculum, but faculty and everything else. So I've got concerns with allowing unlimited enrollments in this program.
Okay, so if again, I would suggest, Commissioner, and again, I certainly understand and I agree with you. The concern level was warranted, and I get that. So perhaps if we could look at this, look at the numbers, what would be reasonable, what would work out for them, in addition to some other things too. I've got some ideas and some other things I think schools should look at, in addition to just limiting the numbers. I think they need to be very transparent about all the stuff that they're doing, and the commission needs to know all of that stuff. So maybe move this to the next meeting if that's possible, and let us look into it a little bit and come back to you with a number, work with staff and come back with a number that they could agree with, that would work for everybody. That would be helpful.
Okay. Counselor, are we okay making that motion to move that over?
Sure. So you have a couple of options. You can approve the review at this meeting, and then you can additionally order the institution to appear at the July 30th meeting for a discussion on limitation of enrollments in the institutions, and I believe it has 3 campuses in its ASN program. I would include in there an order for the institution no later than June 30th to submit a report detailing, what improvements are being made to the program and a proposed limitation of enrollments. Is that amenable to you, Mr. Harris?
Yeah, enrollments and other things that may be helpful to the commission in making their decisions. Absolutely, that'd be fine.
Yep, that is acceptable.
Yep.
So if it's okay by the chair, I'll just make a motion to move to accept the I guess, staff recommendations with the modifications as articulated by council for them to appear at the next meeting and the other stuff.
Yep. So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Any
Thank you
opposed?
all very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And thank you again, Chair, for allowing me to go backwards. I apologize.
No, please. It was worthwhile, certainly. Next on the list is number 8, Jersey College. I believe this is the one that Commissioner Lebeck, you'll be abstaining from. So do I have a motion to consider staff recommendation for Jersey College?
Motion.
And just so we're clear for the record, because we did say it was number 8, that includes 8 as well as 8A through G. Just so there's no doubt.
Okay. First and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed? Okay. Is there anyone else from this institution on the call? If so, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else that's on the call with you.
Good afternoon. This is Park Smith, Associate Vice President of Strategy and Effectiveness for Jersey College.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else on the call? Or
nope, just me.
All right, wonderful. Thank you for being here. Commissioners, any discussion?
None for me.
None.
I'm just pulling up the right sheet here. A second.
Vice Chair Stefano, the vote was just taken. Unless I'm having a stroke. I mean, the vote was just taken.
No, it was.
Yep.
It was.
All right, my apologies. Okay. So at this point, then the motion carries. I mean, I guess the reason I did it like this is because the motion that I made was to consider staff recommendations as opposed to adopt staff recommendation, and so it technically wasn't adopted. So why don't we clean that up just for the record here? So can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
Motion.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. And thank you to the VP for being here with us, and of course, Commissioner Levac for being here with us. And the good news is, Mr. Junta, you're not having a stroke.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you.
Yeah. That's right. All right. So the next section here is section I, application for program approval / modifications. There are 5 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
Motion.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion to take this section by consent passes, and I'll ask Director Hurst and each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull. Director Hurst, does staff wish to recommend pulling any items?
No items.
Okay. Commissioner Litvak?
None.
Okay. Commissioner Lin?
None.
Commissioner Giuliano?
None.
Commissioner Caballero?
None.
I have none either. Are there any representatives from the schools or any members of the public who'd like to comment on any of the schools in this section?
There are none.
Okay. So is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation on the 5 institutions listed in this section?
Motion.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? None. Okay, the motion carries. All right. Thank you. Now we're on section J, motion for extension of license. There are 3 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion to take section by consent passes, and I'll ask again if there are any that you would like to be pulled. Director Hurst?
None.
Okay. Commissioner Litvak?
None.
Commissioner Caballero?
None.
Commissioner Lin?
None.
Commissioner Giuliano?
None.
Okay, and I don't have any either. Are there any members of the public from any of these 3 institutions that would like to make any comments on any of these 3 schools?
We do have one institution on the line.
Hello, my name is Patrick McDermott. I'm the campus director at Meridian College in Sarasota, Florida.
Okay, so that's the second one. All right.
No, that's the issue. It's not the second one. We are Meridian College and have been here in the Lakewood Ranch location in Sarasota. We've been in Sarasota since the 1980s, but with name changes. And then we have been Meridian College since 2008 here in Lakewood Ranch. And there's now a school, Meridian West Central College, which is maybe no more than 10 miles from us. Back 4 or 5 years ago, I raised this issue with Joey that it's going to cause confusion, which it has. Called Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris actually represents the school, but we've had a nice discussion about it. But continues to sometimes cause an issue. So I'm not,
Vice Chair Stefano, why don't we pull this school, vote on the remaining two, and then we can have a conversation about it?
Sure. Let's do that. But for clarification, is the person on the call affiliated with number two?
No.
no.
No. Okay, I see. All right.
I'm actually affiliated with the previous section. We're on the agenda as well, but we've already been
I
approved.
understand, but your comments are related to number two, so that's
Yeah.
okay.
It was number 11 in like the previous section that we already approved, but
Sure.
it's a very similar name.
Okay, understood. So, may I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for items numbers
Vice Chair
1
Stefano, I'm sorry, it looks like we might have somebody else who wants to, can we just confirm who this other person is affiliated with? Someone else on the line? One Goldstein on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Ms. Goldstein, you're with Meridian West Central College, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so commissioners, you can proceed with number 1 and 3, and then we will pull number 2, Meridian West Central College.
Yes.
Okay, great. So, we have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for items 1 and 3 in this section.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes for institutions 1 and 3. Now we'll turn to consider institution 2, and we can.
So Vice Chair Stefano, because just because this might be a conflictual. So anybody who wishes to speak on this issue, please raise your digital hand and keep it raised. Do not unraise it in the course. Okay. So let's hear from first and only the individual who elected to speak to this school, the gentleman. If we could hear from him first.
Patrick McDermott, Meridian College. It's just that the name, it causes confusion, obviously. Tried to be as nice as we can be as far as getting people that might come here looking. They have a nursing program and we do not offer nursing. Again, it's just it's name is so close and they're physically so close to us that I just see it as an issue.
I don't.
Again, I've addressed it 4 or 5 years ago and nothing's happened, so I don't know if there's anything that can be done about it.
Thank you for your comment. And Miss Goldstein, is there anything that you would like to say about the institution? And I'm also I'm advised that Mr. Harris is on the line as well. Mr. Harris, do you represent Meridian West Central College?
I do, and I have for years, and I apologize too. As soon as I get off the phone with the last school with Cambridge, I got on the phone with Ms. Orloff, and so I missed the beginning of the conversation. I think, was the gentleman saying something about there being an issue with the name of Meridian West Central College?
It sounds like just what we had was a member of the public affiliated with a similarly sounding school who just wanted to sound off on his resentment that this school's name resembles his institution's.
Okay, well, I'm very familiar with this kind of stuff, and so I'm not sure, I'm not aware of any confusion, and okay, as long as there's not any action being taken against my client, Meridian West Central College, I'm fine.
Ms. Goldstein, do you have any issue with the name of your institution or that of Mr. McDermott's?
Not at all. Due to the fact that we both offer 2 different types of programs, nothing to affect his programs or my programs. As a matter of fact, just like he said, when someone called by mistake, either places, I tell them where to go, and I don't speak bad about his school at all. So yes, I was not even aware there was a Meridian College existed in Florida when I read the name. So I'm not sure what to say.
Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. Vice Chair Stefano, sounds to me like this is a Mr. McDermott problem. If the owner, if Mr. McDermott is upset by the confusion, he can certainly apply for a name change for his institution.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Is there any discussion regarding the staff recommendations for item number 2 on this list? No? Okay. So can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendations for item number 2?
Motion.
Second.
Second. Third.
All in
Third.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you for all the comments.
Thank you.
In our next section, K, motion for request for extension of time to comply with contingencies. There are none. We have a floating phantom section L here, which is none. And that brings us to section M, substantive change approval. There are 9 items in this section. Is there a motion to consider the applications by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion to take this section by consent passes. And I'll ask Director Hurst and the commissioners if there are any items they'd like to pull. Director Hurst?
Number 2, 4, and 9.
Okay. Commissioner Litvak?
None additional.
Commissioner Juliana?
None additional.
Commissioner Lin?
None additional.
Commissioner Caballero?
None additional.
I have none additional either. Okay. So, are there any comments by members of the public or any members of the institutions for the institutions not pulled? That is 1, 3, 5 through 8.
No comments.
Okay. So do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for institutions 1, 3, 5 through 8?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. We'll now turn to consider those that were pulled, beginning with institution number 2, American Healthcare Institute, number 12693. Does anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
There is someone on the line. It's just taking a second to bring them into the room.
Sure.
Good afternoon. This is Christopher DeSalvo with Aquinas Network Consulting.
Michael Cole here with AM Health Institute.
And Jaiden Abreu, Campus Director, American Healthcare Institute.
Thank you for being here.
I'm sorry, James and Rhonda White from Prince Careers, Inc. and AM Health.
Dr. Hurst, since you pulled this one, would you like to initiate the conversation?
Yes, so this is to grant the application in part and deny the application in part. The denial in part is due to the failure to submit licensure fees in the amount of $3,400 for the February 2nd, 2026 application for annual license in compliance with rule. And then in lieu of the annual license, grant approval of the sub-change in ownership and issue a provisional license with the 4 deficiencies or the 4 contingencies listed.
Commissioners, any discussion? No? Have you, for the institution, have you reviewed the staff recommendations?
Yes, we have. And I believe the licensure application fee has now been received by the comptroller's office as well.
Okay. Great.
Yes, it was sent and mailed out. And it was received.
Okay. All right. If there's no further discussion, do I have a motion to adopt?
Commissioners, if I can make one change. This institution has demonstrated or has sent some documents that this check is either here at the department or they've been tracking it. They sent it over night. So I would like to make a change to the staff recommendation. The first thing to do will be to modify this slightly to grant the application in parts, or grant the application, and then find that a sub-change has occurred and issue a provisional license with 5 contingencies, is the 4 listed, plus the licensure fee in the amount of $3,400. And then add a section to delegate authority to the executive director to return the institution to annual license through May 31st, 2027, upon determination that the institution is in full compliance with Chapter 6E Florida Administrative Code, and that the changes noted above have no negative impact on the institution or the students.
I do want to note something that might be worth looking into. In looking here at one of the documents, and it seems like in the document that describes the assignment and transfer of membership interest, there's a slight discrepancy in the entity that it's transferred to. In one case, it's American Healthcare Institute Tampa, and the other one, within the same document, it doesn't include the word Tampa. So you might want to just take a look at that and maybe clean it up. But I think it's worth a contingency. It's just a small little detail here. All right. Without further ado, do I have a motion to adopt the updated staff recommendation?
Motion.
moved.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. The motion carries. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next on the list is number 4, Evolution Health Academy, number 5870. Is anyone here from the institution? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, and anyone else on the call.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Dr. Hurst, would you like to lead the discussion
Yes.
on this one?
So this is a staff recommendation to find that the institution fails to be in full compliance to hold an annual license and substantial compliance to hold a provisional license due to the 4 items in front of you, and recommending denying the application for annual license.
Incidentally, Commissioners, yesterday we received an update that the institution, effective yesterday, is voluntarily relinquishing its license, and will be conducting an early closure and a teach out, and will be in contact with commission staff to work out the details of that. Notwithstanding, I would recommend going forward with the recommendation in front of you.
Okay, great. I think that staff flagged a significant number of issues that are well documented and articulated. In addition to the ones that were flagged, I did notice some oddities in the financial statement, including wrong entity names on the cash flow statement. And it seems that they recycled the COVID-19 / school cannot begin boilerplate in subsequent event notes. And so there's just oddities in terms of the alignment of the cash flow header, notes, headers, and subsequent event note. That, if there were another set of staff recommendations, might be a greater concern. But given the,
would you like to add a 5th finding, namely irregularities in the submitted financial statement, including the ones which you specified or any others which you wish to specify, which call into question the integrity of that statement?
I mean, I think that there's enough substance without them, and these are findings that I would prefer staff to review more carefully and to document properly. So why don't we proceed with the way that it's currently stated?
Well, I mean, I don't know how I missed this, but there's like a different school name on every page of this financial statement.
Right.
It goes from Evolution Health Services to Pro Level Beauty Academy to Boca Code School.
Yeah.
On 3 consecutive pages of this financial statement.
Right. I mean, you know, I'm happy to add that to the findings.
We may want to consider just adding that to the findings, because now it calls into question this entire financial statement.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you could give us just, if you could, Vice Chair Stefano, staff are conferring on the matter. We just want to make sure that the mistake is not our own.
Sure. Would you prefer us to wait while they confer, or to table this, move to the next item that was pulled, and then come back to this?
Just one moment, Vice Chair Stefano, if you would.
Sure. No worries.
So, staff have just confirmed that the irregularities are indeed a function of the financial statement and not anything that was printed by commission staff. So if you commissioners wish to adopt a 5th finding, and at this point it's just for the record.
Sure. In terms of the audited balance sheet, Commissioner Caballero, I mean, you're the one with the expertise here, but one factor to consider is that there's liquidity concentrated in student receivables. And so with the 2 largest programs closing, collectability risk on that receivable is elevated, and the headline current ratio overestimates true near-term liquidity.
Right. Yeah. Definitely a concern. There's a going concern problem, you know, which is probably why they're closing, especially if 2 programs are closed. So it's just, I mean, we're adding gasoline to the fire at this point.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So that's why I don't know to what extent it's worthwhile, but
No, it's worth it.
okay. So do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation with the additional finding?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thank you. Next on our list is number 9, Chamberlain University, number 4503. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself and anyone else on the call.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
Great. So I'm Dawn Welbersick, Dean of Academic Affairs, and I have a few colleagues on the call with me. Dr. Kelly Siebold, Regional Vice President of Campus Operations, Jackie Braham, who's Senior Manager of Professional Accreditation and Regulation, and Maureen Rezick, Vice President, Treasury and Risk Management. And we're here to answer your questions.
And this is also Bob Harris, legal counsel for Chamberlain University.
Great. Thank you. So, Director Hurst, would you like to initiate discussion on this?
Yes, so staff recommendation is to grant their annual license and find that a sub change has occurred due to their BSN program being placed on probation by the Florida Board of Nursing.
Yeah. Is there any discussion? Okay. did have one comment here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's just a note. All right. Is there anything the institution would like to share in response to the staff recommendation?
No, we have read them and we've submitted our contingency items.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. So do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
So moved. Yep, second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, appreciate it.
Good. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next is section N, branch campus applications. We have none. Section O, name change, we have none. And this brings us to section P, religious colleges, sworn affidavits submitted. There are 68 religious institutions sworn affidavits submitted. Is there a motion to take the items by consent?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion to take this section by consent passes. I'll now ask Director Hurst and each of the commissioners if there are any that you would like to pull. Give me 1 second because it's a long list. I have to get ready to write this down quickly. All right, I'm ready. Director Hurst.
All right. Number 3, 6, 8, 11, 19, 25, 29, 32, 35, 38, 45, 60, 62, and 64.
Okay. Commissioner Libak?
None.
Okay. Commissioner Giuliano?
None.
Commissioner Lynn?
None.
Commissioner Caballero?
None.
Okay. And I have none additional. So for any religious exemptions not pulled, are there any comments or discussion by the public or by commissioners?
I do have a phone number on the line. Are you representing any of the schools that were not pulled? I think the phone number's muted.
Bishop Pitts, I'm a representative of one of the institutions that was pulled.
Okay, so we will get to your institution in a moment. So just keep your hand up and then we'll get right back to you.
Okay. So, and forgive me, I'm kind of departing from your script here a little bit. I'm jumping to
sorry,
the ones that aren't pulled.
There's one more person on the line. Are you affiliated with a school that was not pulled?
Oh no, I'm affiliated with the school which was pulled.
Okay, so if you're
All right.
if you're affiliated,
Whoa.
anybody that's affiliated with a school that is pulled, we will pull you individually. So you don't need to, after we take this vote, raise your hand and keep your hand up.
All right, there is wisdom in the way the script is done, where it takes those first. All right, my apologies. Okay, so do I have a motion to accept the affidavits for the schools that are not pulled?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion to grant the affidavits are adopted. So now we will turn to the institutions that that were pulled. The first institution is American Bible College. If there's anyone here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Commissioners, is there any discussion?
No.
No? All right. So, is there a motion to deny the affidavit?
Motion.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. The next polled institution is Broward Theological University, Fort Lauderdale. Is there anyone here from the institution? If so, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Commissioners, any discussion? None. Is there a motion to deny the affidavit?
So we're clear, if we could stick with the language of a motion to accept staff recommendation, just so it's clear that we're incorporating the specific factual findings.
I see. Okay, sure. So, and that makes it easier. So is there a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. The next item pulled is number 8, Champion Christian College. If there's anyone here from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Commissioners, any discussion? No. Do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Next on the list is number 11, Cornerstone Christian University / Cornerstone University of Florida, Orlando. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Commissioners, any discussion? No. Do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Next on the list is Florida Southwest Christian University. If there's anyone on the call from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Yes, this is Bishop Pitts, the president of Florida Southwest Christian University.
All right, thank you for being on the call. Is there anything you'd like to share with the commission?
Yes, I have some concerns with the staff's recommendation. I do not agree with the legality of staff's recommendation to deny the affidavit of Florida Southwest Christian University. There are several discrepancies with the decision. Staff requested that a checklist be submitted that was clearly optional according to the language contained on the checklist. The checklist requested information regarding physical facilities and licensure questions. Florida Southwest Christian University is not requesting licensure, we're requesting exemption. Checklist also requests information regarding tuition and fees. Florida Southwest Christian University does not charge for tuition and fees. Florida Southwest Christian University has operated in the state of Florida for approximately 2 years, and we have never received this specific request for information. Florida Southwest Christian University does not have any physical facilities. Southwest Christian University only offers religious degrees. In my opinion, the information requested is not applicable to religious institutions, nor is it necessary. I also failed to submit the requested information within 30 days. Information. I believe the actions demonstrated by discrimination and violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act 504. Florida Southwest University only offers online instruction. I do not believe the information being requested by staff is appropriate, since Florida Southwest Christian University only participates in religious activities that do not involve traditional consumer commerce. Also believe the participated in the Southwest Christian University affidavit is a violation of the Religious Freedom Restoration Act under 42 U.S. Code 2000 BB. Florida Southwest Christian University is hereby requesting an exemption from the information being requested by staff that pertains to the checklist because the request substantially burdens pre-exercise of religion.
Your Excellency, I'm sorry, you are breaking up. We were not able to hear you just now.
What was the last thing you heard?
A list of statutes that you allege the request for this
Okay.
legally required information violates.
Okay, I apologize for the technological issues. I also believe the anticipated denial of Florida Southwest Christian University affidavit is a violation of the Religious Freedom Restoration Act under 42 S.U.S. Code 2000 BP. Florida Southwest Christian University is hereby requesting an exemption from the information being requested by staff that pertains to the checklist because the request substantially burdens our free exercise of religion. In our opinion, because Florida Southwest Christian University only offers religious degrees, this request is not the least restrictive means.
We're not hearing anything, correct?
Correct.
No.
He is, it appears that Mr. Pitts is still on the line, and he's not on mute, but we can't hear anything either.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
You're breaking up quite a bit throughout each time, so I think a lot of it is just not getting across, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, I have no further comments at this time. Are there any comments from staff or the commission?
Yeah, I'd like to request that Mr. Junta provide a brief snapshot regarding the legal basis for the items requested, including the recent legislature to this effect.
Sure thing, Commissioners. So let me address a couple of items. It is true that for the sole, well, you know what, I'll back up. So last year, the legislature passed an amendment to Section 100506 1F Florida statutes, and that is the statute which governs an application of a non-public religious post-secondary educational institution for an acknowledgement of exemption from this commission's regulatory jurisdiction. As part of that legislative reform, the commission now has the both the mandate from the legislature and the authority to verify the contents of the sworn affidavits by which these institutions attest that they are bona fide religious institutions offering post-secondary education and respecting, perfectly non-sectarian consumer protection measures. As part of the statute, the Commission is allowed to request that institutions produce certain kinds of documentation, proving that they meet the requirements for eligibility of exemption. For the sole convenience of the institutions, this commission has created a form that is not in statute or rule, and that is clearly optional. We have created for the institution's sole convenience a form by which they can use to indicate page numbers and catalogs or other submitted documents wherein the statutory requirements and regulatory requirements are satisfied. And that's very clearly indicated in the form, that while completion of the form itself is optional and is provided solely for the inconvenience of the institution, the information requested in the form is not optional. That information, as applicable, needs to be provided. The statute also provides that failure to provide the requested information within 30 days is grounds for a denial of the application for acknowledgement of religious exemption. And finally, the invocations of the Religious Freedom Restoration Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act, in my opinion, are completely and utterly without merit. And Vice Chair Stefano, I'm advised that His Excellency, the Reverend Dr. Pitts, is on mute. If you would like, we can remove him from mute. Or I guess unmute him is the expression.
Yeah, I would recommend that if any of this is not clear, that he follow up with staff or um, um, you know, take the proper measures to better understand the landscape of the current legislation and requirements. Okay, I think we're prepared
Yes,
to take.
I did disseminate the information that staff requested, but in regard to the Americans with Disability Act, I did notify staff that I had a disability and requested an extension, which is classified as a reasonable accommodation, and staff did not provide me with that accommodation. I do believe that is a violation because I did not receive an accommodation to fulfill the application requirements. I have provided the information requested approximately last week. And also, if is there any information that you all would like to ask me that you all need, I'm more than welcome to answer any questions.
No, I think the standard process here is that if an institution is denied, then you know, you're certainly free to reapply for exemption and to better prepare the package so that you can provide supporting documentation for the various facets of the program as required by statute and rule.
And just so we have some clarification, no request for extension was made within the 30 days provided by the statute. And second, the Americans with Disabilities Act does not provide that governmental entities may exempt people from statutory requirements on the basis of an alleged disability. The ADA argument is utterly without merit.
So I have a question. Moving forward, do I need to resubmit an affidavit, or does this item going to be placed on the subsequent agenda? How are we going to proceed?
I'd like Director Hirsch just to address this briefly, and I think that it's best that this is followed up with the CIE staff and not in the context of a commission meeting. So Director Hirsch, could you offer kind of the express and concise articulation of this, and then we will move on.
Sure. So if you're interested in receiving exemption from the commission, you must submit a completed affidavit, and staff will be in touch with you about the next steps.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Next on the list is number 25, Perv Bardic Metaphysical Institute. Does anyone here for the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Next is number 29, Ivy Enber Christian University. Does anyone here from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Commission staff is requesting that this item be removed from consideration from this meeting, and they will appear at a future meeting.
Okay. So that doesn't require any
It does not
motion or-
require any motion.
Okay, great. So then, next on the list is number 32, Journey Christian Institute. Does anyone, if anyone's here from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is an individual on the line, but it does appear they need to unmute themselves.
Okay.
Good afternoon to the commissioners. My name is Natalie Loudon. I am the president of Journey Christian Institute in St. Cloud.
Welcome. Is there any discussion that you'd like to have with the commission?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you. Put my. I had submitted an application back in March. Unfortunately, my husband had a heart attack, and he went to bypasses, and I was unable to continue on gathering all the information that was requested for the exemption. And I had emailed and requested an extension, but it was denied. So I just wanted to kind of ask if in this meeting, if I could have that extension until the July 30th meeting.
So commission staff, just to explain for commissioners, to explain this one a little bit, we did receive an extension request. We did grant the first request for an extension, and then we were asked for the additional extension that went well beyond what we could accept for commission materials. So at this time, we recommended denial of this application. And then she is welcome after this to submit another affidavit, and then we will process her package. But at this point, we have not received documents to demonstrate compliance with the Florida statutes. And this, we did originally request the documents be submitted by May 3rd of 2026.
Can I also add to that, do I have to resubmit the affidavit again as well, or would the affidavit that is on file be sufficient?
1 second, I'm pulling your affidavit up. So you do need to resubmit your affidavit. You were using the old affidavit prior to the changes being made in statute. So you do need to provide the updated form, CIE Form 113, that can be found on our website, or you can reach out to the program specialist and she can email that to you.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, if there's no further discussion, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for number 32, Journey Christian Institute?
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Thank you. And I'm sorry to hear about your husband, and hope for swift recovery. Next on our list is number 35, Macedonia Bible College. Is anyone here from the institution? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Madiha Nashib. I am the representative for Macedonia Bible College. My only question is that I understand we are very new to this whole process. My only question is, as I've heard other participants, we have to resubmit the affidavit, or the affidavit on file is good enough right now?
One moment, let me pull your affidavit real quick.
Sure.
So it does appear that you submitted the updated CIE Form 113.
Okay.
And that one was notarized March 2026, so you can resubmit that one.
Okay. Okay, so there is no way I can get an extension to this application. I have to resubmit.
You need to resubmit. So the commission in front of you are going to take up the denial due to the items not being provided to the commission within 30 days of the request, and then you can resubmit your package.
Okay, and is there any restrictions on an online Bible college, because they don't have a real campus? It's fully online.
You have to meet all of the requirements that are in the Fair Consumers Act. So if you have any questions about that or compliance with that, please reach out to your program specialist and they will assist you with your questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a good afternoon. That's all what I have.
Thank you. Commissioners, there's no further discussion. May I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for number 35, Macedonia Bible College?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next on the list is number 38, Messiah Emmanuel University, Fort Pierce. If there's anyone on the call from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Commissioners, any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, we have a motion to adopt. Okay. Thank you. Second? Anyone?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Next on list, number 45, Pentecostal Theological University. If anyone is on the call from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself. I need to record that, honestly. I just
There's no one on the line.
Okay. I wish we could figure out which ones are on the line ahead of time, just so we could just say it for those, you know, and just cut it this in half. Anyways, all right. Any discussion? No.
Motion to accept staff recommendation.
All right. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Next is number 60, TB Global Ministries. Does anyone here from the institution? You know what to do.
There's no one on the line.
All right. Any discussion? No.
Motion to accept staff recommendation.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? None. Motion carries. Number 62, Universidad Teológica Ministerio Internacional Sin Límites in Kissimmee. If there's anyone here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Discussion?
Motion to accept staff recommendation.
All right. Second.
Second.
Any in favor? So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, none. All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Next is number 64, last on our list, Whitefield University Advanced Studies. If there's anyone from the institution on the call, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
It does appear that there is an individual on the line, but they are muted. They should be available to speak.
Hello, Mr. Commissioners. Are you hearing me?
Hello. Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Joel Nascimento. I serve as academic director for the Whitefield University Advanced Studies. First, I would like to sincerely thank you for the commission for this opportunity to speak today. So I would respectfully like to ask the commission to consider the granting our institution additional time to submit the remaining documents related to our letter of exemption process. Unfortunately, during a recent transition within our administrative team, there was a miscommunication regarding the email submission deadlines. And because of that, we unintentionally missed the time frame for submitting the requested materials. And we deeply respected the Commission's procedures and the requirements, but we are fully committed to provide all the necessary documentations as quickly and properly as possible. Therefore, we humbly ask for your understanding and consideration for an extension. Thank you all for much.
Commissioners, any discussion? No. Director Hirsch, I mean, this request for extension is a recurring theme here, and it's somewhat surprising to me given the low bar for resubmission for these applications.
That is correct. So when you so they submit their affidavit, and if they are selected to provide documents which demonstrate compliance with the Fair Consumers Act and the associated rules, they have 30 days to provide that documentation to the commission. Most of these individual or entities appear to have been operating, so they should have all of these readily available to submit to the commission. So in certain circumstances, we will grant small extensions for these entities if they're emailing us within the 30 days and explaining why they can't get them in. We review each of those individually to determine if an extension can be granted. But what you're hearing is extensions asking to be granted at the meeting once these institutions realize that they're up for denials. For this particular institution, the entity was required to submit a response by April the 17th of 2026. So this has been now another month that the entity has still, missed the deadline to submit the documents.
Right. I think part of my point is that suppose you consider scenario A, where an institution is hypothetically granted an extension, and scenario B, where they have to resubmit. The difference in burden between A and B, given that they still have to submit the supporting documents in both cases, is quite minor. It's the resubmission of that affidavit. Is that correct?
So that is correct. So it depends on what we're looking at. So if an individual or an entity is asking for an extension after we've asked them for the 30 days and they've submitted that to staff and we're reviewing it and determined that they should be granted an extension based on their circumstances, we don't require them to resubmit the affidavit. We're just giving them a little bit of an extension to submit those documents to us for review. If they are denied, they are having to resubmit the affidavit at that time, and if commission staff asks them for the material, they need to resubmit that.
Well, understood. I'm just pointing out that the additional burden for resubmission is not so elevated that a considerable weight should be granted to very extended extensions.
That is correct.
Right.
And to be clear, there's no fees associated with this application. The taxpayer shoulders the entire expense of processing it.
In most of these cases, we're talking about including an additional attachment in an email.
That is correct. They would need to submit documentation demonstrating compliance.
If they get denied, they don't have to cease operations?
It depends. So in cases where, these are kind of funny applications because they're not really for licensure per se, but the acknowledgement by the commission of exemption from licensure is itself a kind of a license under the Administrative Procedures Act. So historically, and by historically I mean in the last year, this commission's practice is if an application is denied simply because of lack of documentation, we tell them, look, just resubmit these documents and you'll come back. If instead there is evidence of fraud being perpetrated on the commission, in those cases the commission will also issue a cease and desist, and formal administrative proceedings will be initiated in those instances.
So in all these cases, the denial is pretty much a formality. They resubmit, they're back in business.
That's correct.
Okay,
If it is accepted by the commission.
right.
Right, right. But I mean, that same evaluative burden would apply whether it's an extension or resubmission. And so, you know, really, it's just a very low burden when it comes to resubmission, by contrast.
Right.
All right. So if there's no further discussion, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for number 64?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Right. The next section is Q, agent training programs, and there are none in this section. And that brings us to section 9, which is recess. So this meeting will be in recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Great job.
commissioners.
Great job.
Care.
Thank you.
Have a good day, everyone.
All right.
Good
You
day.
too. Good day.